Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for this regular meeting Wednesday, August 20th. It's good to see everyone here this morning. We have a pretty hefty agenda, so we'll go ahead and get started. Commissioner Croom, can you lead us in prayer and pledge, please?
Yes. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for putting us in a position we are in to serve and lead this county. We ask you for continued protection and guidance, and to keep you first in everything that we do. Let every mind be open and hearts be receptive. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Morone, are there anything that needs to be amended on the agenda before we approve it?
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. No, not that I'm aware of. Just pay attention. We have 3 public hearings that started at 11 o'clock. Those are time certain, so we'll need to get to those as soon as we get to 11. And besides that, we have a very enjoyable recognition this morning of some of your deputies here, sir. So.
Okay. So motion to, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it's been published.
So, thanks, sir.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Up next, we are approval of minutes and payment of county bills.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. These minutes are from the 7/24/25 budget workshop and our regular meeting dated 7/16 of 2025. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Up next, Sheriff Smith.
Good morning.
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 So I have Sheriff Arnold with me from Liberty County, and actually the proclamation that y'all are going to be taking a look at in the incident, the incident that occurred happened in Liberty County, and just so happens we have a really good partnership with Liberty County, and we work closely together, and these deputies were actually helping them with some narcotic stuff because, as y'all know, a lot of the drug stuff comes back and forth between Liberty, Franklin, so it really helps to have a really close and tight partnership with them. So since Sheriff Arnold's been sheriff, we have really been doing a lot of things together. But what happened was one of these things that you never expect to happen in a million years, and you never want it to happen, but it did happen. They had 2 incidents that were life-threatening injuries to people at the very same time, and no ambulance. So I'm going to let Sheriff Arnold give you a little details on what happened. Sheriff.
Appreciate it, Sheriff. I just want to first thank Franklin County for your partnership and cooperation with Liberty County and Sheriff Smith and his agency for helping us every time we need help coming up. But on that day, we had, like Sheriff Smith said, 2 incidents that occurred at the same time. We are the most rural county in the state of Florida, so we only have one working ambulance for a 24-hour period. We only have 1 ambulance in our county, and that ambulance was gone that day. These guys were up helping my guys do drug work. We had 2 911 calls. One patient was in Hosford, 1 patient was in Orange, and these deputies responded with our deputies, both life-threatening injuries, like Sheriff Smith said, both lower leg injuries with femoral artery bleeds. They were bleeding out, both patients were. These guys right here, with the training that they've received through Franklin County Sheriff's Office and whatever academies they went through, managed to get there in time, put on tourniquets that saved both individuals' lives and allowed ambulance get there to take them to emergency care. But without these guys and without the deputies at Liberty County Sheriff's Office, those two patients would have probably been deceased today because of the femoral artery bleeds. But I really appreciate these guys. I really appreciate Sheriff Smith, and I appreciate Franklin County for coming to help Liberty County when we need it the most. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Sheriff Arnold. You want me to read the proclamation, sir?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. So the proclamation we're looking at today, Commissioners, recognizing the life-saving actions of Sergeant Nunez, Investigator Rester, and Deputy Hathcock. Whereas on June 12, 2025, Sergeant Nunez, Investigator Rester, and Deputy Hathcock of the Franklin County Sheriff's Office responded to a call for service regarding an individual in medical distress. And whereas upon notification, they quickly responded to two life-threatening emergencies that occurred minutes apart in immediate need of life-saving measures. And whereas demonstrating exceptional composure and skill, Sergeant Nunez, Investigator Rester, and Deputy Hathcock administered prompt and swift action to stabilize the life-threatening scenes. Whereas their decisive actions, effective teamwork while resources were thin, and unwavering commitment to duty directly resulted in saving the individual's life. And whereas this act of valor and professionalism reflects the highest standards of the Franklin County Sheriff's Office, importance of working together with our neighbors, and serves as an inspiring example of courage and service to our communities. Whereas the citizens of Franklin County Board of County Commissioners and the Franklin County Sheriff's Office wish to publicly recognize and commend these deputies for their selfless service. Now therefore, the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners, Sheriff A.J. Tony Smith of Franklin County, Florida, Sheriff Dusty Arnold of Liberty County, do hereby proclaim our profound gratitude and highest commendation to Sergeant Nunez, Investigator Rester, and Deputy Hathcock for the heroic life-saving actions on June 12th, 2025. In witness thereof, I have set my hand to and caused the seal of Franklin County to be affixed this 20th day of August, 2025. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? Gentlemen, I would like to say before we vote, thank you for doing what you know to do, what you've been trained to do, and no matter how hard days might be in your life in the future, because all of us don't have great days, you can remember a day that you made a difference in people's lives for all eternity. Thank you for everything you've done.
Mr. Chairman, I echo your sentiments. You never know. You risk your lives every day, and we appreciate that. But you also save lives every day, and we also appreciate that. And I know that those two individuals are indebtedly grateful to you guys for what you did for them. So thank y'all. We appreciate your service.
Anyone else?
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff Arnold, for coming down here.
Yes.
And that's what this county's all about, working with our sister counties to make everybody's life. And, you know, the one thing that we're charged with as commissioners and you as public servants, and that's what we are as public servants, is to protect the safety, health, and welfare of the citizens that we serve. So, job well done, gentlemen.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Deputies, investigator, thank you all. Sheriff Arnold, thank you for coming. Sheriff Smith, thank you also. And Sheriff, thank you for equipping your deputies with the tools. I know you're big in innovation and equipment, and I know when you took office, you made sure every deputy had tourniquets. So thank you for making sure we got the right tools in our toolbox.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. We're just going to give them.
Can we bring the commissioners up as you present their
Yeah.
proceedings? That would look really nice if you guys don't mind.
Yep. Is there any more discussion before we vote? And then we'll do that.
We're gonna vote it.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a unanimous vote, 5-0.
Eunice, will you shift to your right, this one here? Thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Sir.
Sheriff Smith,
Sheriff, don't run
before you
off.
walk away,
Hold on, hold on.
hold on.
Hold on. Thank you for being willing to serve, and I want to congratulate you on your recent appointment as chair of the Florida
Oh, thank you.
Sheriff's Association,
Thank you.
making sure that Franklin County and small counties like ours definitely have a seat at the table.
We're going to do our best.
Yes, sir.
You know,
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before he leaves the podium,
Yes,
Sheriff, you know, you've had a lot of prayers going for you. This is
I
not
know.
a personal item, but I think we need to let the people know so they can be praying for your
I
fast
am.
recovery.
Yeah, I am.
Okay?
Yeah, okay, kind of put me on the spot, Commissioner. But I know we had a meeting yesterday, and I was not able to attend with Commissioner Sanders because I had a call with Mayo, and looks like the transplant that I need is going to probably go forward next month, so.
Good to hear.
So good news, and I
Very
appreciate
good.
everybody's prayers. I know they have been churches and folks from one end of the county to the other, so I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Commissioner.
yes, sir.
In other words, keep the prayers coming.
Keep them coming,
That's
baby.
right.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Good way to start the morning.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, so, make sure I'm on the right thing here.
No.
Oh, Mr. Rome, is there's nothing of action on Mr. Davis's report, is there?
No, so I'm not sure why he sent one, and I don't see him here.
Well, the only thing I do see that's different is, Mr. Corey was moved up, but that's just an informational item.
Yeah, he has that information. I know Mr. Neighbors had it as an action item in his report last
Yes.
time, so I don't know. If there's a problem, we'll bring it back at the next
Okay.
meeting if it needed to be action.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I do have something I'd like to add. I just want to make sure that if we wait to the next meeting, we can do it retroactively, so we don't have to wait. If he is getting a promotion and it comes to the Evergreen, I want to make sure that we're not delaying any
Oh,
kind
no,
of
we
race.
won't, yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, commissioners, that should not be a problem because, so long as they actually move within the existing pay plan structure, department heads are able to, as job duties change, they are able to move employees. So just, so that should be okay.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, I also want to add, speaking of Mr. Seagree, I don't know if anybody saw, but there was some we don't know if it was vandalizing or something out at Carabel Wayside Park where one of the benches, the concrete benches, basically broke off. And Mr. Corey went out there and fixed it. We didn't have to get an outside contractor. He did it on his own, and it looks great. And it's working. So it's firm, and so I want to extend my appreciation to him and the whole Parks and Rec department as a whole because of what they do. They do such a great job, and I want to thank them. And I also want to thank Mr. Davis for getting a garbage can out. I don't know if we talked in the past about a bear-proof garbage can out in the Alligator Point area. He was able to get a garbage can out there for those folks. So thanks to him and to the Parks and Rec department for what they do. And all the rest of our departments, of course, but I just wanted to bring that up specifically.
all right. Thank you, Commissioner. So, Commissioners, if you have any questions for Mr. Davis, please feel free to reach out to him, and if we need to address this on the next agenda, we will.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Solomon, John Solomon? Morning, sir.
Morning, Commissioners. I'll be brief. I only have one action item, and it is the Carabel History Museum requested $12,700 $675 for improvements at the Caribou History Museum. The TDC board approved it on August 13th for me to bring to y'all for final approval for them to begin that work.
All right. Pleasure of the board.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Crew. Any discussion? I will say under discussion, Commissioners, to remind the commission and the public, John, did we start doing this about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, I think I brought it to you about 4 years ago. Well, right after I
Yep,
because you and I
'cause-
talked about
yep.
it.
It started with
Commissioner,
Kempler Johnson Museum.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
started with that, and we had to come up with a plan to do this, and Aaron and you and I and Commissioner Ward all got together and figured up this plan of being able to do this infrastructure grant. First year was a little hard to get people interested in it. Now it's being used every year, which is an awesome thing, so.
It's TDC dollars at work,
Yep.
making sure that these museums and these different places that are operating in the county have a way to source funding to help with some of the infrastructure needs that they have. Because a lot of these buildings are not new buildings.
Well, every museum we have is a nonprofit, and to be able to improve them and keep up with the Joneses,
Yeah.
they have to have some sort of funding source to be able to keep them up to date, keep them fresh, keep them looking good, and the outdoor grounds is important as well as the inside, because that's your front step into the world is, your yard. So, being nonprofit in a small community like we are, it is a blessing to be able to do these kind of grants for our nonprofits, because there's no other way. The money's not flowing that freely throughout the county, to be able to do that without our help from the TDC and the county.
Yep. All right, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Mr. John, before you leave, Commissioners, it wasn't on your report today because it wasn't anything that had to be voted on. But we've been for a couple of years now trying to put up some new signs coming into East Point. And we were kind of honestly held up for a little bit with DOT about getting the permit to place the signs. So the TDC board did hear that proposal the other day for those signs. It's in our budget to pay for them. So it's not something that has to be approved by this board. But I wanted to make sure you're aware of that. When you see the signs go up, TDC paid for them or is paying for them. And the people of East Point, I mean, we need some of those signs new. And it's gonna look really good to go along with the planning plan and beautification project that was done.
Yes, it's probably one of the biggest sign projects in one lump that we've
Yes.
done with the TDC for our community.
Yes.
Appalach, we had to do one before Caribou. We've had to do one. These are all four, replacing all the signs,
Yes.
having them installed with new poles, everything else. And, so they're really good looking. They're really pretty. They did a great job on designing the signs.
And to make sure the board is aware, I don't think we would have gotten this far had it not been for the help of Representative Jason Schoaf. So we finally reached out to him and was like, look, we're having this issue. We're trying to get these permits from DOT just to place signs, and it seems to be an issue. Well, it ceased to be an issue after we talked to him. So thanks to Representative Schoaf for helping make something like a sign to happen. It's
It's amazing the tape that you have to go through.
It is.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, that's the agreement you all signed at the last meeting.
It is.
Remember you guys signed an additional FDOT agreement? That's
Yes.
exactly what it was for.
Yeah, I just want to make sure this board knew that TDC did approve expenditure and it's in the budget. So,
Mr. Chairman, I got a question on that. As far as the Vietnam Memorial down there, signage, everything that comes into that's US 98.
yes.
How can we go about getting some better signage to direct tourists and people to that?
Yeah, as long as it'll allow us to place it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what,
Yeah,
And honestly, Commissioner Amison, if y'all just get with me and we get a request written to the TDC board of the signage that's needed, it has to be tourism related. We can figure that out. That's not a problem. And get it approved by the board and get it done.
okay.
It's really not a hard deal. We have a $30,000, I think, sign budget,
Yes,
and we're coming up
every
on the
year.
new budget anyway, so it'd be easy. Honestly, we'll just get together as y'all's request, and we can work it out to make sure it's acceptable to the statute.
I just didn't know how that played in, because you got the city down there and they have specific rules on how
Yeah.
big stuff can be.
Yeah, we just have to get with, you're right, of placement, like with DOT. That took forever. The signs were done 2 years ago. Allowing the city to say, yes, it can go here and it can be this size, I think it could be worked out.
So probably need to just present the city with the concept, make sure they're not against it, and then try to get deals.
Because I've also been in discussion with them about doing a trifold brochure,
With, I'm
helping them
sorry,
write it.
With the city or the?
The Veterans Memorial,
Yeah.
to submit it to us, to the TDC for our printing services that do brochures and stuff like that, to give more attraction to the memorial itself. So I've been working with them, told them they just need to get with us and we'll get it approved and get it to the board, let them approve printing of those brochures to get them all over the state as well. So we've been also working with them to try to get more attention to that more, because it is one of our great things to have in Franklin County.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else from Mr. Solomon while he's here? John, thank you.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Yep. Mr. Steve Kirschenbaum?
Good morning, everybody. Steve Kirschenbaum, Airport Manager, Apalachicola. I have 3 action items that I had to get on this meeting, but we want to get the Haney project in forward motion, and we sent over to Attorney Schuler 2 license agreements. One for the county to Haney for the hangar for $2,000 a month, including utilities, and the ability for the Education Foundation to sublet that hangar. And then there's another license agreement to make sure the county was in agreement with it for the foundation to sublet the hangar to Haney College at no cost. So I guess what we're looking for is direction for the county attorney to review those agreements and amend them as necessary and get them to the chair for a signature.
Okay. So is that something you already have, Attorney Schuler?
I know I have one of those license agreements. I may
Right.
well have 2. He did send me the email, but I've not reviewed them yet. But
Right.
it would not be unusual to approve a lease agreement subject to attorney review.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Sanders, contingent upon Attorney Schuler's review of these agreements for this lease, potential lease. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, go ahead, sir.
It's going to be incredible, the first college in Franklin County ever, and hopefully other programs will come across with it. The other item is the air show. I think it's a perfect fit to use it as a fundraiser for the Educational Foundation, seeing as the Educational Foundation is going to be sponsoring Tango flights at the high school. It's going to be helping with Haney College at the airport and just helping our students. So what I'd like to do is do the air show as a fundraiser for this not-for-profit. And what I worked out with Cliff, and I could give you more of the details, but that the first $24,000 from the air show would go to the foundation. So potentially it would subsidize the money the county is funding every year for the foundation. And then the second part is that anything over the $24,000 would be a 50-50 split. Half would go to the foundation and half would go to a project at the airport. So we'd love to move this over, and then I can sell tickets, I could get sponsorships, and we already created a tremendous website with a national ticket firm, and if we have your approval to move it over, we could go forward with this fundraiser for the Education Foundation.
All right. Any questions, Commissioners? I have one question. I just want to clarify, Steve, looking at it. So you're just talking about using the air show, that the money that's benefited from the air show are going to go to the foundation?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
with Aaron, when I had discussed this in the past as being run through the county,
Yeah.
We couldn't sell sponsorships, we couldn't sell tickets, we couldn't do any of that.
Right.
So in this respect, we could use it as a fundraiser, and I think it's going to become the hallmark event of this county. I think it's going to really turn into something big.
Yeah. Well, it also probably would put some money into the educational foundation that it probably is not receiving.
Yes, and that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. Anyone else? Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Pruitt, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioners. And the last thing is the runway remarking and pressure washing, which is going to be incredible. It'll be done before the air show. So our airport will have brand-new signage. It'll have crystal clean, all brand-new marked. He sent over the task order to the fiscal manager and to the county coordinator. Aaron asked for an actual contract, but his contract and specs is a contract with the state to do the remarking and the cleaning of runways in a specific fashion. And he's a preferred provider by the state that doesn't even go out to bid to say you're using Florida Airfield Maintenance, go ahead. So you have a task order for $500,000 for the project. He's going to be doing close to 4 million square foot of pressure washing and remarking everything at the airport. And also we need to do this to be compliant with the FDOT inspection that we had this year. So I'd like to get potential permission for the chair to sign off on the task order to have the project go forward.
Is this the same thing that's on Ms. Griffith's report?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, Commissioner, that's not on my report. I did not add it on my report because we do not have a fully executed agreement back from FDOT yet for this project. With that being said, you cannot get a notice to proceed until that happens.
Okay.
And also the contract should, if you do make a motion, I would actually make the motion contingent upon receiving the notice to proceed from FDOT and the signed contract documents back from them, and then actually dating the contract documents after that. Because we will not be reimbursed for any actions that happen, prior to receiving that notice to proceed. And you actually have to upload everything to FDOT in the JSEP system before you can actually, get going boots on the ground with work like that.
Okay,
So that's one reason why it wasn't on my report, because I didn't have the contract document, and it is, $500,000 roughly of work. So, would definitely want to see a draft contract document before authorizing that.
Yeah, they're, okay, maybe I got confused with something I was looking at in my email then. Aaron, I might have something like that in my email that just did not make it to you yesterday, but I'll look and see.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because I remember
gotcha.
reading it
Okay.
somewhere, you know what I mean? So,
Okay.
anyway.
Yeah, there is an FAA grant award actually on my report, but it's not the same. It's not for the pavement markings.
Okay,
And I'm 100% aware of, we're waiting, the signed agreement went to them. We're waiting for the signed agreement to come back. And yes, the work can't start until that happens. So Erin, you're saying we should wait till we get the signed agreement back before we do the pre-construction meeting and sign off on everything?
Yes.
Okay, so be it.
So, Mr. Chairman, should we, for one, you answered my question because I was wondering at this $500,000 if there were other people out there that could get the bid if we needed to go out for bids. But if it's a preferred provider and they're, I guess, a sole source, it sounds like, then maybe we, that's pretty much answered my question on that one. But can we do it contingent, Aaron, or do we need to wait and bring it back?
You could do it contingent. However, we also don't have a draft contract document where you all can actually look at that either. So, logistically, I feel like we're not going to be wasting any time because we don't have the signed agreement back from FDOT. There's nothing that they can even, upload, get notice to proceed. I feel like timeline-wise, you would be fine waiting for the next meeting on that.
Mr. Chairman, if that's the case, then I guess can we table it? Can we just table it or just?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to table this item.
motion to table to the next meeting from Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I do have
Yes.
another question. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah.
This money, that's a FDOT grant that's paying for that, correct?
FDOT
Okay,
grant.
that's all I needed to know. That's why the FDOT conversation is happening.
And the other thing,
Public
if
to be
we
aware.
can, when it comes back, if we could try to expedite it, because it would be awesome when the event happens, if this airport is looking gorgeous. And the only thing that gets me a little nervous is this company was ready to execute on the 25th, and he wanted to have a pre-construction meeting this week. I'm nervous that he might be somewhere else in the state when this rolls around. I'll speak to Aaron and I'll give him a call.
Yeah, but that is what it is, because
Yeah,
you can't move forward without a contract anyway, so.
okay.
Now, and to that final contract, or whatever it looks like, in my opinion, I'm just one of five, should be presented to your AOED board before it comes back to us anyway.
Okay,
They should know what this board's looking at and approving. They're an advisory board to us.
okay. All right, thank you.
Chairman?
Yes.
I think a couple of months ago, we said everything that is to come to this board has to go before the AOED.
Yes, we did.
So,
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Yep, thank
no,
you.
I've got a question. for
Okay,
Mr.
I'm sure.
go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, I was just asking if I,
Yeah.
what's the latest on North American?
Oh, done. That's going to go back to the next airport board meeting, and I don't
It is
think it's going to,
done.
yeah. George Wilkerson asked a few questions, and the questions he asked, every time they did a dance around it. And we spoke to the economic development people at a meeting with Commissioner Jones last week, and from Panama City, and she said, somebody wants to come into my airport. It's 3 years financials. It's this. He goes, we audit the company before they come in.
Yes.
She said, you don't want these people with the big cowboy hats who say, look what I'm going to do for you. And it turned into, last week I spoke to them, and it became very argumentative. And I was like, you know what? This doesn't belong here. It gave me a real bad feeling. So we'll find other projects. But
So they're done here.
What's that?
They're done here then.
Yeah, they're going to be done here. In fact,
That, you know, the thing about it is, it sounded too good to be true to start with. And I know when I was in that conversation, when you allowed me to be in there with Michael Morone and all, it sounded too good to be true.
and you know what? George actually got through to the airport manager at Tallahassee, and they quoted, I wasted a year of my life on this project.
Yeah.
So we tried.
Don't waste no more time on
It
it.
wasn't a
We'll
good
find
one.
something else.
All right? Thank you. Oh, yes.
Mr. Kirschenbaum, what date is the air show this year?
No, Saturday, November 15th. And it's going to be an incredible event. I was just in Tallahassee this past week. I met with Harley Davidson of Tallahassee, and I met with Dale Earnhardt Chevrolet, and I'm trying to pull the two of them in as sponsors for a couple of the acts. And I think there's going to be a phenomenal event and grow into something even better. So, all right, well, thank you, everybody, for what we got done.
Yep, thank you. All right. Michael, is Ms. Courtney appearing online? Okay. Ms. Courtney?
Let me turn my camera on. Can y'all see me? Can you hear me
Yes.
really good?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. So I just wanted to update you guys on a couple of things, some code enforcement stuff and some SHIP program project stuff. For the code enforcement, I did a breakdown on how many cases we've had in the past 12 months. We've had 142 total cases of code enforcement, and we've closed 85 in 6 months. We still have 57 cases that are open. Contact has been made with all of these open cases, property owners, and they're actively working towards compliance. And some of the cases are actually pending possible SHIP assistance. So there's a toss-up between a lot of those open cases, but we're still working with them to clean up the property, even if they've applied for SHIP help. Compliance Department is working with the landfill director to create guidelines and procedures for a dumpster for code compliance. These guidelines will include qualifications, program rules, and restrictions. And I'll have kind of a list of that later, probably at the next meeting, because I sent to Fonda for him to take a look at, see if he wants to make any changes, and then I will have that list or what those procedures will look like for you guys to review.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And y'all may be able to help me in this direction with my train of thought, but on the code enforcement, I'd like to somehow recognize Ms. Smith, because I had the pleasure of watching her in action over the last 2 or 3 weeks on some cases, and I'm gonna tell y'all, watching her interact with our folks, especially the ones that are really in bad situations, it'll make that frog jump up in your throat. And she has just done a wonderful job. I mean, wonderful. I think it's great, especially her being, local, and she interacts with these folks. A lot of these folks don't even realize she's local until I tell them. I'm like, well, that's Timmy's sister. Oh, I like her. I knew I liked her for a reason, but I'm just gonna tell you, watching her and the way she handles the situation, communicates with them, we're lucky to have her in that position. And, it's like I told her, she sent me a text thanking me for coming out there in certain situations. She asked me to come out because, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
And she just felt more comfortable, I guess, having me to come out there with her. And I'm gonna tell you, I can't say enough. And she, afterwards she'd shoot me a text saying, thank you for coming. And I told her, I said, thank you for being there and doing what you're doing, because people like you is what makes us five look good. I mean, it's on them, and I'm gonna tell you, she's done a wonderful job, and I'd like to somehow or another recognize her. We gotta keep her motivated, keep that woman busy, because she's doing a heck of a job for our county.
Honest, I've seen her, we've gone to her house, and I've seen these people want to punch us in our face, and by the time we're leaving, they're giving us hugs.
No, I'm telling you, she's going above that. Myself and her with one particular case, she's sitting down there at the VA office with us, trying to get this particular gentleman help. He's a disabled combat veteran, and just like I said, she's going way up. Excuse me, there's that frog. But she's going way above and beyond, and I just think that she needs to be recognized in some way.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I do agree. She does go above and beyond. So I think she is an asset, and I know we're kind of waiting for budget, I guess, to come up, but she is definitely an asset. But on that same note, Courtney, I spoke to you on the phone, I think it was yesterday, and I spoke to Mr. Morone. I'm going to meet with Mr. Morone on Friday because I've got a whole slew of list of things for code enforcement that I want coming up. And I've talked to Ms. Smith as well. One of them is a abandoned blighted structure ordinance. And I briefly spoke to Attorney Schuler about it, I think, at one time. But we need to get on the ball with some of these ordinances so that when you guys do go out, we have teeth to back up why we're going out there. I know I've got a blighted structure in my district right now that we just sent a letter out on, so we need ordinances to back up stuff like that. But I'm gonna meet with Michael on Friday about this and some other additional items, and I might pull you in, which I've already told you about, so that we can get a streamlined way of doing this. I know we have a policy in place now, but I wanna make sure that everything else is coinciding together to make sure that we are successful with code enforcement, because we've really got to cut down on some things, in my opinion.
That's great.
So, but I appreciate you, appreciate Ms. Smith, and as Commissioner Amison said, I've been out in the field with you both before. Y'all both work well together. You do treat the community. It's like you said, it's you don't want to go to fist at the beginning, but then at the end of the day, they want you to come inside and have some cookies and lemonade. But thank you guys for what you're doing.
Mr. Chair, I got a question while we're on code enforcement. Courtney or Attorney Schuler, how many cases we got pending court litigation? Do y'all know?
Magistrate
Yeah.
hearing?
Magistrate.
Yes.
We don't have anything presently scheduled for the magistrate that I'm aware of. I know the plan was to have him come in once a quarter and hold hearings, so Courtney would have the details in terms of what cases are going before the magistrate and which ones are not. I don't have that information.
The list is still building. We've got a couple that have, Sissy and I have gone back to the cases that were first started before we got into the new code enforcement system. We've reached out for updates from them, but we're creating a list right now. We've got about 10 that probably need to go before magistrate. Wow. That we just cannot get to come into compliance.
Ms. Courtney,
I mean, you'll have those, and we still try to work with them. I just responded to Commissioner Ward. I just responded back to Candace Webb's, the Webb's property. The magistrate made decision, and he said, you know, until we have proof that they are in probate, that they have to clean up that property. So, you know,
And that's in my
the
district.
magistrate sticks to his word, and I'm glad to have him on the team. So.
and we still have one case that was heard by the magistrate, but he didn't rule on it, correct?
Yes.
That
I
needs
have
to
to
come
get
back
back,
to
so
them.
I've tried to get back with him. He's actually switched to a new receptionist, or his right-hand woman, I called her, she's actually left the company. So we have someone new working with, and she's trying to get up to date with all the cases, and she should have an answer to me by the end of this week on that one.
Well, as long as they're following the timelines that have been set forth by the policies and procedures, we need to make sure that's what we're doing. We don't need to be deviating from any timelines that's in our policies and procedures, because then that's going to create other problems for us.
Yes.
Any other questions, commissioners? Ms. Courtney, please proceed.
Okay, so I know a couple of you wanted updates on how the peddler's license were going. I've had a total of 11 applications for peddler's license. 8 were issued, 3 were rejected because they made no payment within the 30 days of the invoice request. And I love the system because you can actually message them directly. So they'll see it on their system to know that, you know, they're supposed to respond back to the invoice. So they put all their paperwork in, they just didn't pay for their license within that 30 days that they were given, so they rejected. But we've only had 11 applications. We haven't had many. But plus right now we're only doing the mobile food vendors anyway, so we have not opened it up yet. I know you guys are working on the ordinance for short-term rental and other businesses.
God bless you.
So,
Yeah.
so once that's ready to go, the system is ready for it. Just whenever that ordinance gets approved, we can move forward with those.
Okay, so for the business, you're talking about for the business license?
Yeah,
Or the business tax receipt, I'm sorry.
yeah, the business tax receipt.
Yeah,
The
so-
system is ready to go for that, so whenever you guys are ready to implement that ordinance, the system is ready to go. But right now, we're only doing the mobile food vendors.
Okay.
And we only
but-
have 8.
So
that are licensed.
what we're waiting on from the software company to get that correct and ready is what you're saying?
It's already ready. Yep, we're
Okay.
just waiting for the ordinance.
All right. Then that'll probably be something we'll be having to do another public hearing for at some point, Attorney Schuler.
Yes, sir.
Because we've already had that in place and then we repealed it because it wasn't ready to go.
That's my
Yeah.
recollection, yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Courtney.
Okay, so for the SHIP program, we've had a total of 62 applications. 25 of those have been processed. 11 have already been determined to be eligible. We've had 3 down payment assistance cases that have been completed. We've had 3 emergency assistance cases, 1 completed and 2 pending. 5 applicants are scheduled for inspections. 1 inspection has been completed to date and out for bid. It was 4 applications were pending inspections, but 1 withdrew their application to make way for someone else to be able to get SHIP help. They no longer need it. So we have 3 applications that are currently being inspected to be ready to go for bid. Florida Housing confirmed that it is acceptable to include donated materials as a part of SHIP rehab projects. I've created a list of materials that could be donated. Before, I think the reason why the ship administrator prior to me didn't take donate materials because they probably didn't have a place to store them. But I've been working with Michael Marone, and we found a place to be able to store these materials that any contractors donate, as like windows, doors, any materials that we can use where it's less money for the contractor to have to go out, so we have more money for rehab. Staff will keep a log of all donations and put it on our SHIP annual report as public contributions. I will keep a log also and have the estimated value of these donate items per home. I think we should discuss ways where we can thank any of the contractors or public for donating those materials. But I think that this is a way to utilize donated materials and lower the materials costs for the SHIP contractors and leave more funds for actual rehab.
All right, sounds good.
We still have a little challenge for finding registered and certified contractors that will bid on projects. We do have roofers and HVAC for like our emergency situations, but not enough for regular rehab. I will continue to do an outreach using the list of contractors that are licensed through the county, but currently we only have one contractor that is working right now, that bids and is working. And depending on how many jobs we have at one time, that's not really enough contractors. Depending on how many times how long it takes for us to finish one rehab, that poor contractor will be working back to back. He's got nobody else to go back and forth with. So if you guys can think of any contractors who would want to do some SHIP rehab, send them my way.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Courtney, I know that we have done several changes, and we finally made it a county department here, I don't know, about 8 months or a year ago. Does it look like we're going to, the funding comes in cycles. So the cycle that's the oldest, does it look like we're going to encumber all those funds
Yes.
for rehabs or replacements? Or
Yes.
Okay.
And I've been working very closely with Michael Cheney and Rob Deardoff.
All right.
So I bounce everything back on them because, I'm still in a learning process and I don't want to do anything wrong. So I've been working with Rob Deardoff very closely on making sure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed.
All right. Commissioners, have any questions for Ms. Courtney?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, but I do have a request, I guess. I was supposed to meet with you and Mr. Morone Monday. You didn't know this, by the way, Courtney. But I got a little busy over the last couple of days. But is there, since I got both of y'all, well, not in the same room, but on the same line, would tomorrow be okay with y'all schedules if we could get together it's not going to be a long, drug out ordeal, but I'd like to bounce a couple ideas off y'all.
Yeah, I'll have to bring, Courtney will have to come this way because in the morning we have the VAB meeting. And we're going to record that here through Zoom. That's going to be in the morning. And then in the afternoon, you have legislative delegation in the same room. So we can do it in here. Just give me a time between, I would say, 11 and 2, basically.
We got a VAB meeting on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Uh-oh.
Check you.
Yeah. What you mean? We have one.
I told y'all, over the last 2 weeks,
So we can meet
I think
before
I'm
that?
a resident of Havana
Before
now,
that or
but-
after that, sir?
Well, I'd just like, let's just try to do it where she's not running back and forth.
Yeah.
I'll come to wherever I got to go to make it convenient for y'all.
Okay.
I can come to the Appalach office. That's not a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So-
just let us know if you want to do it before your VAB meeting, which is at 10, or that shouldn't last more than 30 minutes. It's just an organizational meeting, or you want to do it 10:30.
We'll do it after. That way, well, Courtney, what's best for you? Would it be easier? I don't want to make you drive to East Point and then come back just for that. We can do it before if that would be easier for you.
No, I have to take my kid to school in East Point, so I have to drive back to Appalachia anyway.
Okay, well, let's just do it afterwards then.
10:30.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I do have some, it's not really for Courtney, but I did ask Courtney this question yesterday, and this has nothing to do with her. But have we heard anything on the CDBG funding? Because, you know, I think they were waiting for the governor's budget to be signed, which that was a delay. I don't know, I thought about reaching out to the Dingmans to see if they've heard anything. Have we heard anything?
Aaron, they haven't reached out to you, the Digmans, have they?
We have not heard anything on those funds as of yet. Yeah, I will actually reach out to them this afternoon though and provide you all with an update at the next meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Commissioner, I had the same question a couple of weeks ago, and I called and talked to Mr. Dingman. They said they still hadn't heard anything yet, but now hopefully it's changed in those 2 weeks.
Yeah, last
And I have
spoke to
sent
them.
some applications their way that SHIP couldn't help, but I did send some applications their way. So I know they're probably just waiting on funding.
All right, that's all.
Sounds good. Anything else for Ms. Courtney? Ms. Courtney, thank you.
The only last thing I have to do is I wanted to give a shout out to Tina Boone. She's been assisting with the SHIP application process, and so the turnaround time has improved sufficiently. She verifies if the applicant has not received prior SHIP assistance, and she requests additional documentation when needed to determine eligibility. Now, this step sometimes takes quite a bit because it takes a lot for them to get that information back to us, but since she's been assisting, it has helped out a lot.
Good,
Good.
I want to give her some recognition.
good.
And that's all I have for you guys today, unless you have anything for me.
Commissioners, I think we're good, but thank you, Ms. Courtney, and we do appreciate the work that you and Ms. Boone and Ms. Smith are doing on behalf of Franklin County. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, up next is Ms. Erin Griffith.
Good morning, Commissioners.
morning.
I do have, let's see, it looks like about 9 action items on my report and then some informational items for you all, and just anything that you have questions about or anything you'd like to discuss.
Commissioners, would y'all like to pull any items before we potentially vote on these all at once on consent?
I don't, Chairman.
All right. So what's the pleasure of the board for items 1 through 9 on Ms. Griffin's report?
So moved.
I'll
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison.
Didn't get that.
Any discussion?
Could you try again? Award is a local authority.
Okay.
Oh.
Any- I'm just telling you. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Griffith, do you have any updates for us?
I do, actually. The SGI Multi-Use Path Resurfacing Project from 3rd to 3rd is currently out for construction bids. The Apalachicola Health Department siding repairs are underway. Installation of the Sylvester Williams Park playground equipment was completed over the weekend. Parks and Recreation will handle the ordering and installation of the engineered wood fiber surfacing and the border materials. And you do have a picture of the new playground equipment actually pasted below in my report. Out at Kendrick Sports Arena, the pickleball court construction, the old tennis court has been demolished, the pre-stressed concrete slab has been poured, and interior fence supports have been installed. And then also attached in my report was actually some projects for consideration for the TDC spending plan revision. We're trying to develop a project list for the TDC board's consideration and vetting of projects for the required study as part of the Section 6 improvements. And just you all reach out to me if you can think of any additional project concepts that we should include in the draft list. But I did include that. I did notice that I have omitted Gene Sewell Park there on that, so that will be changed actually as soon as this meeting concludes. I'll go ahead and add that one as well, because Commissioner Sanders is hoping to get a pickleball court at Gene Sewell Park in Lanark Village, so that should also appear on the list. But beyond that, we will continue, the ongoing improvement projects will be renewed items in the 2-year spending plan update. We're going to continue the erosion control efforts, continue efforts to obtain permits for maintenance dredging, continue sports arena improvements at both of the arenas, continue beach park facility improvements, continue efforts for fishing pier repairs and replacements. There's also a pending repair that should be coming to TDC for the Battery Park Fishing Pier, located in Apalachicola, and continuing efforts to develop the Nature Center project in East Point, along with the new Section 6 concepts, which will have to be vetted with the study, of course. But if you all have any questions, or if you can think of anything additional that needs to be added, please reach out.
Yep. No, I think this is a good list, Ms. Aaron, to start out with. So, and the difference is because the statute actually got amended this last session. In the middle of all the other stuff going on, that actually went through. So now we are going to be able, there's different processes to follow. We're going to be able to do more projects in this county that are going to benefit the residents, not just those that are visiting, with TDC funds. So it's a pretty good thing to have going on.
It is.
It really is.
But the only thing that bothers me is every time we want to change, we got to go back to them.
Yes.
We got to go back to the legislature. We got to, and it should be a little bit more liberal, with us being able to do projects without having to go back and
Well,
ask
it's
for
definitely a
something
process.
change.
It's definitely a process to follow.
Yeah, it is.
But thank you for your diligent work on this stuff in this list. I will tell you, as a matter of an update, I've been since a couple of weeks ago talking back and forth with Ashley Kleinsrott from the Pensacola Mobile office of the Corps about the dredging in the channels and the actual spoil area that the county signed an MOU for, that we're responsible for. And she kind of agrees with ARPC staff that forwarded back to me that our document that we originally got does actually give us that maintenance permit. And she's offered, she was in touch with me late yesterday about setting up a meeting with FDEP to make sure they are aware of the documentation that Franklin County has. So we'll probably be doing that in the next week or two, and maybe at least some of that will be able to be handled. So just to make sure everybody's aware.
Mr. Chairman, I do have something. Aaron, on this draft project list, can we add land acquisition for Vrooman Park?
Yes.
If the
yes.
opportunity comes up?
Yep, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just to update Aaron a little bit, and if you don't mind, Aaron, I'm gonna get you to call Brandon Perez on this too.
Okay.
I stop by there every day. I shouldn't do it, but I can't help it. It's the EMS building out there at Lanark. And yesterday I stopped by there, and one of the project guys told me, said, Ms. Sanders, I said, well, when's electricity gonna be here? When are we gonna really move on this project? Because, they're moving on it, as you saw from the pictures that Aaron had. And he said, well, we contacted Duke Energy. Now, mind you, they've only got to put a pole in there, a transformer and a pole. And he said, the guy at Duke Energy said it would probably take at least 8 weeks. I said, 2 months is not acceptable. And I said, let me make a call. So we made a call to our person, Scott Mixon. And he was able to get in contact with the person that told the gentleman 8 weeks. And Scott called me back last night, and I received it this morning, that they're going to be hoping to install the electricity next week. So, that's the way you're supposed to move. It ain't no 2 months. You're talking about October. You're talking about October, and there's no way. There's no way. Because they want the final date for Oliver Sperry is November 15th. So, So I just wanted to inform the board, if you don't mind, Aaron, could you call Brandon and let him know that?
Okay.
So that'll move up some of his schedule too. And,
Gotcha.
But they're doing a fantastic job out there. They're moving all along. I went out there and checked them, like I said, and they've worked from 7:30 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. And they said they got this project as a priority. But anyway, and I'm glad to see that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem. Anyone else have anything for Ms. Aaron? Ms. Aaron, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Need to do a couple of house cleaning items. Seems that in my, just overlooking things, we didn't have any public comments this morning during the public comment period. They had filled out speaker cards, but I did not address that. I apologize. I just went straight to Director Davis's report and to the sheriff. I apologize for that. We will have some later because they've turned them in, but I would remind everyone during our 3 scheduled public hearings, you do not have to have filled out a speaker card to be able to speak at those public hearings. That's not the way that works. And also, since we're kind of starting fresh, Mr. Josh Adams is here today from the ARPC. We're glad to have you in the room. And Ms. Denise Vogelsang from the Florida Association of Counties that tries to make sure we all stay at least educated. I can't express to you how much I've learned in my time at the Florida Association of Counties, what they mean to all 67 of Florida's counties. Thank you for being here today. Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Morone, we're up to you.
All right, Commissioners, good morning. I have page 20 of the agenda packet. The first 3 are action items that could be done on consent. It's the contract amendments that you approved. At the last one, I just didn't get clear. I need to have clear language to direct Attorney Schuler to create those amendments for the extension. An extension on the TDC admin ad. I'm sorry, I'm running behind with that for a number of reasons. So I just need additional month to get that advertised, to get the applicants in front of you to interview, and then for a selection process. So that's what I'm asking for, just an extension. I did talk to Mr. Solomon, he agreed to it. And the third is meeting date change. You do know that your FAC Innovation and Policy Conference, that's coming up next month. The first day of that is on your September meeting date. So I just need you guys to move, and we talked about this, about moving the date to the Tuesday, and a few of you, and I mean, I say a couple of you have mentioned to keep that agenda as short as possible, because you do need to leave that day to get there at a decent time, to the conference. So that's my 3 action items, which can be done in consent, unless somebody has a question or needs to pull one.
I just have one question before we consider more consent. Do you have the wording you need between yourself and Attorney Schuler for the TDC vendor contracts extension?
No, I guess he can pull from a previous addendum that we've done extensions before.
Okay. Well, I'm just clarifying, you're not asking the board to give you that language, y'all are working on that.
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
no. Just to direct him to go ahead and create those extensions, which will be amendment to their contracts.
Okay. So Commissioners, pleasure of the board on items 1 through 3.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve
Second.
on consent by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right,
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay, sir, the other items are actually discussion with possible action items. Your last meeting, the board ranked the candidates that submitted applications to serve in your TDC. Mr. Madsen was ranked number 1 out of all the candidates. Commissioner Amison asked Attorney Schuler to do due diligence and verify that Mr. Madsen met the statutory requirements to serve on TDC. While reviewing Mr. Madsen's application, Attorney Schuler realized that he was listed as a reference on that application. So with that, we forwarded to Trevor Carson. He is our labor attorney, and I'm going to read Attorney Carson's basically opinion. He did ask for some information. He wanted to know who else was on the board, what they do. He looked at the statute, and so that is his opinion in front of you. So if you agree, we can go ahead and appoint Mr. Madsen to the TDC board.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, just to make it clear, the only reason I asked for that opinion was that way everything's tidy and clean, I mean, Mr. Torben, he's in my district. I'd love for him to be sitting there. So with that being said, I'd like to make the motion to approve his appointment, please.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. That motion has been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
If I may, Commissioners, item number 5 at your August 6th regular meeting, the board authorized a public hearing to receive public comment on the planned unit development evaluation ordinance that was approved at the public hearing held on Friday, July 25th. As per the board's discussion during that meeting, at the upcoming public hearing that will be scheduled, the board will not entertain any changes to the draft ordinance, including exclusion of PUDs for any area or section of unincorporated Franklin County. Keeping in mind that you have 2 budget public hearings scheduled in September, and Attorney Schuler needs to coordinate with Attorney Theriak and Ms. Mills-Gutcher, that's Alora, as we all know her. When would you like to schedule the public hearing? Commissioners, I'll say one of the reasons I'm kind of stressing on that, there's a lot of information, incorrect information out there about what this public hearing is about. Based on the motion made and seconded, and the board, it was a 3-2 vote, was to have another public hearing and advertise the ordinance that was already approved. Not the draft, not any other language, just that. And the board basically is saying that if we add or remove any major language from that, major is not the right word, from the ordinance, that would create a substantial change, and we'll be right back to where we started again. So I just want to make sure there's a clear understanding by the board and the public as to what we're actually doing here, and then we need to schedule it.
And Michael, before we have any discussion, because I'm assuming that she will want to speak, Miss Allison Goodson is attending via Zoom. She is asked to be able to speak on topics on the agenda. I've been watching, she has not raised her hand previously.
Okay.
But before we start to have discussion, if she's wanting to comment, now's the time for her to comment.
All right, she just did, sir?
Okay.
Okay. And Ms. Goodson, I am going to allow you to talk, so if you would unmute, ma'am, you will be good to go. And she's unmuted, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Goodson.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Chairman. I just want to be clear that the purpose, obviously, of a public hearing, which you know better than I do, is to take into account the public comments that you receive. And we had some spirited discussion about substantive changes being made to ordinances in the midst of a public hearing and whether that's appropriate or not. And I don't know that we need to replow that territory, but to the extent that Mr. Marone's instruction to you is that, or is being interpreted as one that you're not permitted to take into account public comment and go back and either deny the ordinance or say, hey, you know what, we do need to make some changes to this thing. Let's go back and do that and have another hearing. Those options are absolutely before the board. You are not somehow required to simply rubber stamp the version that is up for public hearing. And certainly I would urge and hope that this commission would take into account the public's comments, having gone out of its way to give us that opportunity to make those, which I thank you for.
Thank you, Ms. Goodson. All right, there were no other speaker cards on that item.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to throw this out there. In discussing this PUD public hearing and the discussions that we've had, the misinformation that's been put out there, I won't belabor the point of what I discussed at the last meeting, but, you know, we're talking about making St. George Island a special district. And I know on Mr. Marone's report as an informational item, he's going to speak about that special zoning district in addition to a citizens advisory board.
Yes.
Would it be prudent for us to get this board together, start this process before tackling this PUD ordinance hearing again?
I mean, it's possible. It's whatever the board wants to do. I can tell you, in between, I had a pretty lengthy conversation with Joseph over at the property appraiser's office. They're only, well, I guess someone could always try to buy lots and put lots together and make a 5-acre tract, but outside the plantation, there are only 2 left on the island, period. So it might be much ado about nothing, to be honest with you. I understand that what I understood was the board's desire to make sure that everybody's on a level playing field across the county. And actually, it helps us to not have lawsuits that are contrary that we don't see that might come up by singling something out. But as we're discussing a special district, well, that changes everything, does it not, Commissioner Sanders?
Yes, it does, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all start doing a special district for St. George Island. I'm gonna ask for one for Alligator Point and some of the east over there. I mean, that ain't nothing different from that, because those folks don't want to do the PUDs either. And it's not right to exempt one area of the county and not exempt all areas of the county that, you know, are willing to do that.
Yeah.
Now, that's my opinion,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, the advisory board is not solely about PUDs, I
Yeah.
can assure you.
Yeah.
And the special district is not about PUDs.
Well, you know, you already have a special district if you're at Lanark Village. That was
Yes.
noted as a special district, and the reason why it is a special district is because of the ambiance and what it meant with Camp Gordon Johnson there many
Yes.
years ago in the 40s.
Yes.
And so, you know, that's what I said. When you start talking about excluding a certain area of the county, you better start looking at all of it. So, you know, it's not, because you're going to have one hitting right after another on that. So, anyway, that's just my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, this is more directed to Commissioner Sanders. I would 100% get behind you and support that. I think that Alligator Point, Dog Island, and St. George Island had their own individual characteristics and different, I mean, they're just different. They're different than the rest of the county. That was my whole, I thought that was the direction we were going when we had this. PUD hearing to begin with, because that was affecting the whole county. And under advisement, we were told that just, you know,
Well,
that, you know, let's just make the county ordinance, the PUD ordinance as a whole, and then we'll address it when we establish these special zoning districts. And I believe that all three of those particular areas that I just mentioned deserve to have a special zoning district just based off of their geography, effects they have. They're unlike, and I've said this before, St. George Island, Dog Island, Alligator Point, all of those are different than the rest of the county. And island folks don't want the rules that go with the rest of the county, and the rest of the county don't want rules from the island to affect. It's just two different entities, two different areas. And I think that's the best approach to do it, to handle this.
well, do you think, and I'm going to echo what Commissioner Ward said, do you think it would be prudent of us to go and look at these areas that, with the special overlay, the special districts,
Actually,
before we do a PUD?
if commissioners remember, yes, we were talking about the special district long before
Yes.
the whole situation about the PUD 2018, was it 04, I should know it by heart by now, with that came to light. So that was always the board's plan, to address, like Commissioner Amos said, all these special areas through special districts.
So what you would do is you would form a citizens committee of the folks out there,
Yeah.
Dog Island, Alligator Point, wherever we put the area at. And then they would basically kind of like look at what makes them unique and then deal with that from there.
Then they work with staff, and then staff and that CAB, you know, would bring whatever we all agree to this board for your review and your discussion and your authorization, basically. With, of course, the public hearings that's going to be required, I believe, to do that. So, yes. And you, again, you know, I would say the CABs, you have to give the CABs opportunity to have their own workshops. I think you really should. Them and their fellow residents. And then we have the draft, the draft product comes to you, then the board needs to hold your own workshops before we get to a public hearing. It's not an overnight process, but I think it's a very good process for the residents of these unique areas there and what their needs are.
So I got a question with that, with the special district in here. If the three unincorporated areas that we mentioned before, would they have their own special district, or would it be all three together got the special district? How would that work?
I think we need to do
It'd be
separate,
different.
yeah, separate, yeah.
Different.
Like right now, is it S3?
Because every last one of them are different.
Yes.
Every one of them's different.
Yes,
though.
okay.
The
Yeah.
Lanark Village is what, S3?
It's four.
It's four?
It's four.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're at, it's.
So yes, sir.
We know
There-
it very well.
Yeah, I don't even think, and I could be wrong, this is your call. I believe, I would say Alligator Point, Ball Point is one, but Dog Island, that in itself is a whole separate
Well, Mr. Chairman, isn't Dog Island
situation.
itself a PUD, in and of itself, a PUD?
I-
Under preservation?
I don't know if it's
Preservation.
100% of the island, but yes, there is a large portion of the island that is a PUD. I've never done the calculation to find out what part is and is not.
I believe it's the
I mean-
area, it's the area east, if I'm correct. It's the area east that incorporates that preservation area, the marina.
Preservation.
It's a multi, it's PUD.
And the state required us, if my research is correct me if I'm wrong, the state required us to do it that way, right? The preservation folks? I have to go back and look at my notes, but I want to say they were
I've
kind of
not
mandating
personally
to us.
researched that. I mean,
Yeah.
that was in place before I got here.
But I agree that they're all different in their own right, so I just figured I'd throw that out there and get the board's opinion on that.
We need to get out there and look and see what we need to join together and what we don't, what needs to go together and what don't.
So are y'all wanting to delay this public hearing until then, or is it, what are y'all saying?
I mean, I feel like, I know we've had workshops on the PUDs, but I know, again, not to belabor the point, everything that's been discussed, you can workshop something to death and still at the end of the day, not make everybody happy.
Yes.
But I feel like it would be prudent for us to maybe back up a bit and do the special district so that they can kind of make, using the Citizens Advisory Board to kind of help with recommendations on those certain items. It's not like we've got people beating on the door to apply for PUDs anyway,
It's
right?
done case by
So,
case
you know what I
anyway.
mean? So,
Yeah.
that's just my thought, and that's just my opinion. So,
I'm fine with that if the board is. I will say, I talked with Mr. Mason Bean and Ms. Gale. I got a list of dates we're gonna go through, and I was gonna add it later, but we're already talking about it. Probably before we even start to try to do this process, I'm gonna hold a town hall on the island, so we can have a discussion about what this all looks like. And from there, we might actually be able to get people that want to volunteer to be a part of that.
I think
Yeah.
that's a very good idea, actually.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we're gonna start it out that way.
Let's
Yeah.
do it, if we're gonna consider Alligator Point and all those areas too, let's do the same situation there too.
Well, you
we do
can,
it?
you can,
Can we
but,
do it?
you know, that's a whole,
Yeah.
yeah. You can hold that town hall, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Speak.
You're standing up. For the second time.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mason Bean, Concerned Citizens, and I know you'll have the best intentions. Commissioner Jones has agreed to a town hall to explain some of this. I will tell you, we are suspicious. It seems like you want to address fill and lot clearing, but you can do that countywide. And I think we have a small enough county that what's good for everybody can still be good for St. George and everybody. So we're not sure this is worthwhile, and we'll discuss it more and see. But
So you want protection, but you don't want protection.
well, I think
Clarify,
the protection can be countywide, and what's good for everybody is good for everybody. So I hate to see us singled out. We worry about what can happen as a special district as other things change, and we can single this out. So now we can do this to St. George. So anyway, it's we're
Yeah, you can ask him questions. He's up at the podium.
we're not on board yet.
Let me ask you a question. You do realize that we have no control over, like, the area around the city of Apalachicola,
Yeah,
and we have no control over the area around what the city of Carabel is.
Yes, ma'am.
You see what I'm saying?
But you have all the control over the rest of the county, and
Dog Island.
you should govern it as
Alligator
one.
Point.
Yeah. I think-
Lanark is already in it, in a special district.
There's a density issue there too. With it was totally different with so many of those little barracks, I call them. I don't know what. And the flooding.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you.
So,
Think about it.
If I might say, sure.
I'd signed up to speak on your
Yeah, he
section
got it.
11, and it got carried away. So thank you.
He's got it, yeah, that's fine. I would remind the board that when I don't know if it was a public hearing or workshop, and we were talking about Phil, the complaint was, what we were talking about wasn't fair to one spot as it was to the other. So that's why we stopped that Phil
Yes,
ordinance
Yes.
discussion. That was
Yes.
exactly what it was, Mason. We said, there were complaints that, well, you shouldn't apply that rule here and apply it on the island and apply it somewhere else.
yes.
You should apply it everywhere.
But that was the argument that the board heard not to do.
I'm confused too.
Okay, well,
It's contradictory. You want a special district or you don't. You want special rules for the island. Y'all said it at many meetings, the island's different. The island's different. And it is. The island's different. Dog Island's different. Alligator Point's different. So do you want a special district or you not?
I would say no.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and this is, go ahead and finish. Mr.
I'm finished,
Mason.
thank you.
Okay. But I will tell you this, and I've spoken to many people in my district, and this is gonna hurt some feelings. It may not, it is what it is. But the people that live on the island, majority of them, and this is not all, but the majority, are people that have moved here to retire. The people that live in my district have been here for 3-4 generations, and they do not want to see, in all fairness, the island has the loudest voice, social media, we've seen that, spreading information and whatnot. But as long as I'm sitting in the seat I'm sitting, and St. George Island would not dictate what the rest of the county will look like. Now, we can move forward with their special zoning, and then we can handle the rest of unincorporated Franklin County, but that's just my feelings on it. We have a big county. We have an area, we all have districts that doesn't fall in the island. We have one chairman that does, or one commissioner, and bless his heart, because he treads he has got the complete polar opposites and as far as his constituents go. But as far as I'm representing my constituents, and we do not want St. George Island's rules to dictate what happens in District 4. And I don't believe St. George Island wants District 4's opinion on what happens on St. George Island.
That's right. That's why we're all
So
different.
that's why we're moving forward, or I want to move forward with the course of action the way we are. And that's all I got to say about it.
Well, I don't really know what's different, but what is good for District 4 is also good for St. George Island.
All right.
All right.
I stand beside my motion 2 weeks ago.
So are we tabling this PUD discussion for a further time then?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to table it.
All right, so we have a motion to table by Commissioner Ward,
I say,
second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion?
I mean, I got a question.
Yes.
We're tabling, what are we tabling for right now?
But to see how the discussion goes with the special district on St. George Island, if some of the reservations that the residents have can be handled through the special district process.
I got you. Okay. All right, I just need a clarification because Mr. Mason said he do not want
Yeah.
to. So I'm just confused at this point.
I'm confused as
of
well,
what?
so, but that'll be a
We don't,
conversation
we
later.
do, or Mr. Chair, you have a hand
Ms. Gale,
Commissioner,
so here's where we're at, and I'm not trying to be deferential to anybody. We are going to try to still have an orderly public meeting. You know,
That was my question. I'm kind of confused on what we're doing at this point.
Yeah. Well, it's, to be honest with you, we'll see how it goes with the residents. I know that we do have some residents here. That is not all the residents on
That's
the
true,
island.
yes.
So when we have this town hall, I'm sure it will attract attention, and we will get input from a cross-section of the residents. I know what I've been hearing for the last 8 years, almost 9, and I do believe that the island wants preferential treatment as far as zoning goes and fill, and the type of fill, and clear cutting, and some kind of replanting plan, addressing stormwater and residential property. Those aren't big issues where I live at in East Point. They are astronomical issues on St. George Island.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I go then to the Alligator Point folks and the Ball Point folks and the Dog Island folks?
Do the same way we
and
do
the
it,
committee up and see if they want to go toward a special district? What that does to me is it's like the Lanark district. It entails certain protections.
Yes.
That, will hold how Alligator Point is and what it means to this county, because it is a piece of property out there, a big chunk of property from Ball Point to Alligator Point and down that towards St. Teresa or whatever. But anyway, we need to look at that and see how the people feel about doing that. And I have no problem doing that. I will take it to them. September's your annual meeting, but I can still come out there and say what I want to say. We had a good time on the 9th, didn't we? They gave me a birthday party out there at Alligator Point. I was
That's
so
cool.
tickled. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for clarification. I think this will take care of some of the problems we've got around here.
Mr. Chairman, I know you're going to vote now, but I didn't want to let you address that, Ms. Allison. She raised her hand, but she already spoke on this item.
Well, she can speak, but we've already made a motion in a second. So I don't, unless we change our motion, it's not gonna open it up, let her speak. This is not a public hearing, but we had the public hearings later.
Yeah.
So we're making a motion for you to go.
No, we made a motion to table. This PUD is what we're doing right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Scheduling the
Thank
public
you.
hearing.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I raised my hand before the motion was made, but I understand that appearing on Zoom has significant limitations, and I appreciate you indulging me.
Yes.
It seems to me that St. George Island has made abundantly clear that they do want this second PUD hearing, and Commissioner Ward in particular, I think, pretty courageously recognized and put that motion forth at the last meeting. And so it seems to me that knowing that that seems to be the will of the islanders, and with there being questions about what a special district means, whether it might contradict permissions that could be granted through the PUD ordinance, or whether it might give the protections that the islanders are concerned about in seeking that second hearing, it seems to me that it makes more sense to go ahead and do that second hearing while we're working through the special district issues. It's, that's something that can be done in a matter of a few weeks versus the conversations and efforts that a special district is going to require.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you,
with all
Ms.
due
Gibson.
respect, I'm not amending my motion. I think I'm going to keep it the same.
Okay.
I heard people say they want a special district. Now I'm hearing that they don't. I don't know what to do. I just want to make sure that everybody has their due diligence, and like you said, all the St. George Island folks have their say. I know they're not all here, they're not all via Zoom. I know that's kind of why we're in the position we are today, is because everybody didn't get to speak. So I'm not going to amend my motion. I stand on my motion.
Okay, that's fine. Any other discussion before we vote?
I mean, I'll tell you this, I said this before, and when I got in the seat, I'm gonna do the best thing for the right thing that I feel for this county, so.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That has been tabled by a 5-0 vote. Go ahead, Mr. Morrow.
All right, so item 6, Commissioner, speaking
Mr. Chairman,
of,
before we move on, just a comment about some recent legislation. I just got a reminder from the planner. In recent legislation that became effective July 1st, the Senate passed a bill called Senate Bill 180. I don't have the entire bill memorized, but essentially it's a law that's retroactive to the fall of 2024, and it goes forward until I believe sometime in 2027. And essentially what that law says is local government can't pass a law, rule, or regulation that makes development more difficult. I'm not saying, giving an opinion right now how that impacts or may impact the way the direction the board may be going for, and I'll refer to it as an overlay district, not a special district, because we've already done an overlay on St. George Island, but that is something that that's an issue with that new legislation that will have to be factored into the discussion moving forward. That's when the board and the public to be aware of that new law.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. All right, Mr. Rowe.
all right, keeping on special districts, item 6 shows an excerpt from May 21st BOCC regular meeting on 3408 Warren Avenue. If to bring it to the forefront of your mind, it was the whole request to add a room onto a building in Lanark Village in the S4 district. And the whole discussion was they were going to use it for quilting. It's what I understood at the time. That was the reference made at that discussion. Now, I will tell you, Commissioner Sanders is ready to move forward with it. She just wanted to make sure that the other commissioners had an opportunity to look at it. It was tabled. First, it was approved, then it was tabled. A couple of notes. Both Bree and Justin wrote out there yesterday. They looked at it and said there is a number of other buildings that basically encroach, you know? So, and that is the same reason why P&Z approved it at the time, because, they recommended it for approval because they said there were other like encroachments out there in that S4 district. To them, it was just another one of those encroachments that already happened. I believe, Commissioner Ward, that's one of the things you were concerned about when we discussed it. Were there other encroachments? So there are, but I'll say both the planners, Bree and Justin, stand by their rule. It is an encroachment in S4, you know, but I mean, it is what it is. Let me just say that.
It is encroachment, but it was approved by planning and zoning. You see what I'm saying?
It was recommended for approval to this board, yes.
Yeah, it was approved by planning and zoning. It was Justin,
And he's on the line in case you need him.
Yeah, but it was Justin that had the problem with it, and I know why. We had that discussion at the last meeting, so we don't have to bounce the ball back and forth again. The only thing is, I went out there and looked, and there is multiple encroachments in this same area. The lady that is wanting it is doing it for little quilts. She had to have a little extra room because when she gets to a certain point with her quilt, she has to end up taking them to Alabama to finish them. And she's one of the ones that gives the quilts to the sheriff's department for the children when they go into cases like that and different things. If there was no other encroachments in this, I could say that we wouldn't be doing it because it just, but this has been allowed in the past, so through the planning and zoning and whoever else and whoever was there before me and then probably them too. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we go ahead and approve Ms. Bookwalters. I think it's 4 foot.
Request.
I'll second with comment.
All right, so we do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders. It has been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner, go ahead.
I know things have happened in the past, Mr. Chairman, but, you know, we do need to, if we have something on the books, you know, ordinance or whatever the case, we need to make, I know Lanark, again, is a special district. It's different than everywhere else, but, you know, we need to try to stick to what we have on the books, in my opinion, but precedent's already been set, so.
Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, item 7 7. Your PZA, they did have a meeting last night, but you still have some vacancies. I was giving the board an opportunity to recruit some, any members. It doesn't seem like there was, recruitment kind of was not successful. So without any caution or pause, I'll go ahead and advertise it on the county's website and be a little bit more aggressive about it, commissioners. That's basically what that item was about.
All right.
And I don't really need action. I shouldn't have even asked for
So
that.
we still, how many members do we need?
Two.
Two.
One at
commission-
large and one
Yeah,
in-
one at large and one for Commissioner Amison.
Okay. I'll try to see if I can get somebody at large.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
For
what I'm
y'all.
working on, but nobody wants to do it.
And see.
Especially with this PUD stuff. They're like, nope.
I've been
Yeah.
told no a lot.
And you know what? Yesterday, they had how many docks? They had a number of docks and one other type of, I'm sorry, it escapes me the agenda. They were out of here in 30 minutes, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
30 minutes, there was one commercial site plan, and there
Commercial
was
site
at
plan,
least
yes.
4, possibly 5.
Five,
applications.
yes. And so they're getting better, so let your possible candidates know they won't be here that long, under one night a week, you know, so, yeah.
One night a month.
A month, sorry, Commissioner Hu, yeah, not one night a week, one night a month. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just killed all the candidates,
Yes.
hopefuls, didn't I? Yes.
Yes.
Item 8, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, this is you, basically.
Well, so we are going to delay this as far as action today. I do want to discuss it some, though. The attorney wants to have a chance to clean up some of the language before it's presented to us. So basically what we're looking at is, and we've already presented it to the Team Franklin meeting. So one of our next steps in the county that we need to take, so they're trying to address housing, so that the county, and they were approving of this, we're looking at forming an economic development council, a 9-member board, of which, and it'll all come back to us, we're not voting on it today, of which the county would have 2 selections. One would be the chair or one of the other commissioners as a designee, and a business owner that the county can tap to serve on that board. The cities would have 2 designees from their commission. Then those 4 would take the interviews from the other business owners across the county that want to be a part of this Economic Development Council, so we can start having discussions. And honestly, the thought behind this is we've kind of put a little bit too much on our airport board to try to consider economic development through the entire county. So that would actually have the airport board be doing airport stuff, and we would actually have another entity that's an advisory board to the county that would be performing economic development functions. And it was a really good meeting the other day. We had Miss Becca Harden there from Bay County. Mr. Kirstenbaum referred to it earlier. She was a very straight shooter, because we were asking her, what is this supposed to look like? What should we expect? What should we do or not do? And she was the one that point blank told us, she said, look, because I raised the question to her, we've had this question many times in our meetings about fair market value of leases, especially at the airport. She said, at the end of the day, if you have a company that's really wanting to move in your community and set up shop, that is not an issue for them. She said, what you want to avoid are the companies that have the cowboy hats with no wallet. She said, because they're going to want you to try to help fund it, or you to help pay for it. But if they can't pay for it out of the gate, they'll never be able to afford it down the road.
I think
So-
we just experienced one
Yes,
the other day.
so it was really helpful information, though, the way she did it, and some of the things she said, she was able to say in that meeting, the way they address their airport, some of the stuff they do there, the leeway she's been given on behalf of her county. Of course, they're structured very differently. Basically, it's up to her whether she wants to entertain anybody or not, and they, you know, so that's just the way they do it. So economic development doesn't mean stuff just changes. It's if government's a slow moving ball, economic development's even slower. But at the end of the day, we've only got so much property left So what we do really matters.
Okay, so we're gonna table that one. Either Attorney Shul will put it on his report or give it to
Yes.
me to put on mine. Okay,
Yes.
cool. Item number 9. This might take a while. I'll go sit down at the FWC commission meeting because, you know, all 5 of you were there, so I'm sure everybody has their own view on what happened up in,
Mr. Chairman, I will say that there were, us 5 commissioners were there, and probably, 4 or 5 members from the community?
There were 12 from Franklin
12
County
from
that spoke.
Franklin County, yeah,
That
so,
spoke.
that
Yes.
spoke,
We,
yeah.
for the record, we had a pretty big crowd,
Yes, we did.
you know.
So, I think
Made a
it
difference.
Yes.
went well. I do think it went very well. And I'm sure everybody knows what the outcome of it was, because it's been on social media. I know that we all have meetings. I have one Friday. Is it Friday everybody's got? All of us commissioners have private meetings with Miss Erica and Miss Morgan with FWC. And I don't know.
Individually.
Individually, right, individually. Stand corrected. But my goal is to talk to them about their regulations for limited entry in addition to some other things, as I'm sure all the other commissioners have. So I've gotten input from some of the oyster men and women who've worked the water their whole life. They worked on it for generations, so I've gotten their input. I'm collaborating, pulling it all together, and that's what I'm going to discuss with them about. But all in all, it was a good meeting, and we're moving forward. I'm looking forward to seeing how it progresses.
I know one of the big things I'm going to discuss with them come on my private meeting is enforcement. Something that we got to have.
Yep.
Yep.
Anyone else?
Just real quick, when I spoke, if y'all remember, I addressed something in the language with, you know, they presented 2 options. Option 1 was attend participation, and then the option 2 was the 100 participants. But that language, and when they amended their, when Commissioner Kellum made the motion to adopt option 2 with the 100, they did a lot of amending, but the one thing they left out is that it creates, and the way the language reads, it creates that 100 participants in perpetuity. I mean, you know, I think y'all heard when I made the comment,
cap.
what happened, it's a cap. They were using the language cap, but that cap basically, you know, in my mind's eye, you know, if we got one day, like I told them, there's some magic money falls out of a tree and we get a total restoration done finally, and we've got 10,000 acres of thriving oyster bottom, you're gonna still have 100 participants. That's the way the language is. I plan on at the next FWC commission meeting, I don't know where it's gonna be held, it hadn't been, I thought they booked them out a year.
That's what I thought.
But if it's in Egypt, I'm flying to Egypt, I don't care, because I'm gonna try to double down and see if we can have that language stricken
Yes.
from that. That way it doesn't put that cap or perpetuity, whatever language they decide to use, it's not in there to limit our bay to just 100 harvesters a year. Because that does a lot of things. That closes doors to our youth that want to come in and possibly enter that line of work. It just, you know, I'm fine with everything else that went down. We're going to get our bay back open. I think that was a key thing, was just getting that door open. But I think that now that they've got all the amendments they wanted to kind of make, I think we need to at least try to double down on getting that stricken from how that's going to proceed in the future. Once we get funding, when I say we, once the FWC, whatever entity gets the funding to get material out there and that base starts to grow more and more and more, I think it should be opened up to more participation. But that's just my 2 cents
I agree with
Agree with that.
I agree with that. I will say, before, in a way to wrap it up, I will say, and I've told this to some people that I was talking to ahead of the time, I was glad to have to tell people that I was wrong. I had told any number of people, because I'm a pretty captive audience there at the audit parts. If you want to see me, all you do is walk through the door. But I had told several people that I had never seen the FWC commission make any motion or vote different than what staff recommends. That was not true last week. they did completely different from what staff had been recommending. So,
Kind of reminded me
I was glad to see
of
it.
us.
Well,
I was glad to see it.
Mr. Chairman, it's odd that both times that they turned around and went against staff, it's been on issues dealing with Franklin County. And that is a good thing. That shows you how much the people here in Franklin County, you know,
Make a difference.
makes a difference. It makes a difference. The thing that, well, there was two things. The policy that was submitted, it kind of like took me back. I didn't realize that that was going to be done. But that's okay. They have their rights to do stuff too. The one thing that I was glad about is they finally understood that when you do recreational harvest, it's not from a boat.
Yes.
It's down from the shoreline and you hog a bucket of oysters.
Yes.
So they finally realized that. On Wednesday, it freaked me out because that man was saying, oh yeah, you can go out there on a boat, and I'm saying, I don't go out on no boats. I said, you know, we do that from the hill. That's the other thing. But the most important thing that you need to look is when, one of the things is, and there's many, is when Chairman Barretto said, can we give those Franklin County folks preference? And then they were told, no, you can't. Well, in 2000, 2001, we were given, Franklin County was given preference, #1 preference, and then Wakulla was #2 preference. So I'm hoping that they can go back in the record somewhere and find this and agree that maybe this might be one of the things that they can do to you know, add to what Otis said about the youth trying to get into Austin and all and carry on the tradition and stuff. But I want to thank those folks that came and spoke, and I'm going to say them out by name, and they'll probably kill me when I say it. But that was Larry Segree and Mike Shiver, DeWitt Polis, Grayson Shepherd, you know, Miss Frances Estes, she was up there, her and her husband, Mr. Wayne Williams and her husband, you know, his wife was up there. So, you know, is there any more that I'm missing, y'all, that was there from Franklin County?
T.J. Saunders. Who said
It was a good.
Yeah, it was a good showing, but
Yeah.
but Larry, what I loved about it is Larry and DeWitt and Mike told about their lives on the bay and how it got so bad they had to go and look for a life on land with DOC. So, you know, we had all the aspects there, and it was just a good meeting. That's all I got to say.
It was.
And we found out that our mosquito control guys retired.
Yeah, yeah.
That is good to know, huh?
I actually meant to call him and say, hey, James,
Hey, Jack.
I didn't know you was retired. You've been coming to work.
There you go.
But no, it was good. I know I kind of,
It was
you know,
good.
kicked and screamed a little bit about the last meeting in Tallahassee when we were there and nobody showed up. Well,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's the reason, but it was really nice to sit back there and see people behind you from the community. It helps. Because I was there Wednesday morning. And we're not going to go real deep in that with the Bears. But I'm going to tell you, I was nervous when I went in there. I seen 3 charter buses. Everybody was wearing protest T-shirts. And I thought I was probably going to get tarred and feathered before I got out the building. But when I walked in there was a sea of blaze orange. So there was a good, I was like, well, at least there are some people here that, you know, it might pull me out there if I say some stuff that makes other people mad. But I mean, it means a lot to us, especially, speaking to me, I'm sure my fellow commissioners, whenever you have that kind of support sitting behind you, it makes our life a lot easier and getting points across. But thank y'all as well. You know, I think y'all did a great job with that.
It all turned out really good. It didn't get us to the end, especially with day 2, but it got us a lot closer.
But real quick though, I'd made that joke to somebody. I said the FWC Commission, like the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners, they were back and forth. And I have never seen the board interact with each other, interact with commenters. It was different, you know. It was.
I had to say, I was glad that the governor went ahead and reappointed Commissioner Kellum, because he was on there before and he was interactive. You know what I'm saying? He was engaged,
Yeah.
and he's very engaged.
Don't trust me, that afternoon, I was on the phone. As soon as he said he wanted to get down here before that November meeting, I was on the phone trying to get him,
Yeah.
you know, get the right people around him from our local people.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Good.
Which he was the one that initiated and made the motion.
It was.
You know, so I was glad for
And
that.
He's the
changing
one
it,
that went against staff.
Mhm.
and change it to
Yes.
January instead of October.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on this item?
No.
All right, well, let's take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back to our public hearings.
Okay.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. So we're moving now to some scheduled public hearings that we had. Attorney Schuler, please take over for the first one.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The first public hearing was scheduled for today at 11 a.m. or as soon thereafter as is possible. The title of the ordinance is an ordinance of Franklin County, Florida, establishing a uniform addressing system, providing definitions, providing for the assignment of numbers on buildings, requiring the posting of numbers on buildings, providing for a penalty, providing for severability and an effective date. This is an ordinance that we've discussed publicly a few times prior to this public hearing. The purpose of the ordinance, I'll read that into the record. The ordinance is promulgated for the purpose of providing a uniform numbering system for the assignment of address numbers to buildings with access from officially named public and private ways in the county in the interest of the public health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens and inhabitants of the county. The ordinance then goes on to provide a series of definitions. The geographic area subject to the ordinance is the unincorporated area of Franklin County. The ordinance provides for the incorporation by reference of 2 maps. I think one of the maps is in the process of being created. The current map are known as the E911 address maps, and they're on file in the county office and administrative office in East Point. They are also in the process of transitioning to a digital E911 map. Both of those maps, the one that's in existence and the future map that's in the process of being created for the 911 addresses, will be incorporated into this ordinance by this reference. There's a section that provides for the administration and the assignment of numbers by your 911 coordinator. The ordinance goes on to impose requirements for the posting of the numbers. I will not read all of that, but I will say that the numbers must be in a contrasting color. And for residential buildings, the numbers shall not be less than 4 inches in height and 1/2 inch in width. And for commercial buildings, those numbers shall be not less than 6 inches in height and 1/2 inch in width. There's also a requirement for addressing on industrial buildings and mobile home parks, as well as condominiums and apartments. The penalty, as we've discussed previously, the penalty that's proposed is it would be a code enforcement violation for the failure to post the 911 addresses required by this ordinance. Of course, there is a notification process before any enforcement would take place. And then there's the codification provision, then severability and an effective date, and where the provision says the ordinance shall take effect as provided by law. But what that really means is if the board adopts this, once the ordinance is recorded with the Department of State, it then becomes effective on that date of recording with the state of Florida. So if the board has no questions for me, it would be appropriate to move to public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Attorney Schuler? Seeing none, I'll now call for public comment. Didn't have any speaker cards fill out on this, but I also remind you really don't need a speaker card. It's a public hearing. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Donna Knutson. I live in Apalachicola, but I would like to propose an amendment to this particular ordinance for beach houses, in particular, any house that faces the beach, has beach access, also has an address on the back side as well as the front side on the road. And this is for public health and safety. We're out there every day, and until we got markers on the walkovers, we didn't know if we were on 7th Street or 8th Street or 9th Street, particularly on St. George. If there is an emergency, we're going to have mostly tourists that say something is going wrong with say, can you see, as opposed to an address. So I would just like to have that under consideration.
Okay. Attorney Schuler, is anything in here address that?
No, sir. It just requires
at the driveway,
the addresses
correct?
be visible from the public street or way, or a private way that's recognized officially by the county. I mean, it's really geared more for emergency services, more so than turtle patrol issues, I would respectfully suggest, but I guess that's a policy decision for the board if y'all want to require that on houses that are fronting on public beaches. Require an address on both sides.
Yeah. Okay. And it's not for the turtle patrol, it's for the emergencies that are happening in the water. No lifeguards, somebody's on the beach, sees somebody in trouble, they don't know where they are. So they would be able to use that as a 911 call. It's this address on the house that they can see from where they are.
Yep, thank you. Anyone else that wishes to comment on this publicly? We are taking public comment. Yes, sir.
Just curious, and this is probably for Mr. Schuler. Isn't there already a state law that requires that all houses be 911 labeled? And if so, is this just, double redundancy or what?
Well, actually, George, what we're doing is updating ours.
Right.
Our current way that we address the 911 numbers are incongruent with what the state has passed, and we're just trying to bring it up to speed.
All good. Well, I guess I better get on it then, because since I painted my house, I've not put the numbers back up. Thank you.
You'll have at least 30 days past the notice. So good. Anyone else? What about on Zoom, Mr. Merle?
The chairman is calling for public comment for this particular public hearing. Anyone on Zoom that would like to speak to the board, address the board, please indicate by raising your hand. Once again, anyone like to comment, please indicate by raising your hand on Zoom. No hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Chair, I got a question.
Yes.
So with the amendment that Ms. Donna just brought forward, can we add that, or we have to go through this whole process again? How does that work?
Is it a substantive change or material change?
Good question.
I do not think you would have to re-advertise the ordinance, Commissioner Croom. However, respectfully, I would suggest let's adopt the ordinance as it's been presented, because when emergency people show up to the houses, I mean, they're going to have their addresses and they'll know where to go on the beach, because they won't be arriving from the beach, they'll be arriving on the roads to provide emergency services. But if y'all want to make that change, I think it's a policy change. I'll have to figure out how to help people identify which properties of theirs front on public beaches. On St. George Island, it's pretty simple, because the public beaches run from 12th Street west at the boundary with the plantation all the way down to 11th Street east. That's pretty simple. Then we would have to identify the properties on the other public beaches. For example, down at Alligator Point and Bald Point, there are a few properties there. Would also have that similar situation to St. George Island, where you have a house that may front on the road as well as the beach. But it certainly adds a layer of complication.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will say, Attorney Schuler, I think what Ms. Donna was mentioning was for beach goers on the beach. They don't know where, if they call 911 and they say, where's your address? I guess what she's saying is they don't have a way to know where they are, because they're tourists. They may not know the address of their beach rental house, I think is what her point was. Not to.
Again, I think that's a policy choice for the board.
With that, can that be added, or we're going to go through the same process again, is my question.
Yes, sir. I believe that is a change that can be added. It does not change the general purpose of the ordinance, and it was advertised for requiring 911 addresses. I just think that that is not something that's going to require re-advertisement.
So to incorporate that, we'll be adding that there's a section that talks about the addresses if the house is so many feet from the road, that the numbers are put by the road. So we would need to add a section to say that those same houses need to also have on the house. Is that what we're talking about?
That appears to be where we're going. My recommendation at this point, why don't we table this public hearing to a date, time, and place certain. Let me come up with some additional language and see how that works for the board. Because right now I'm just trying to figure out how to fly this plane or build this plane while we're flying it.
Yep.
So if you have public access on the front and back, you gotta have numbers.
Yeah. Okay.
So what is, do you have any further questions, or what is the pleasure of the board?
So just real quick, your recommendation is that we table this, get that language straight, and then come back?
Well, I like what you just said. We could add a provision that says if your house fronts on, abuts a public beach, then you will have to put your E911 address on both the part of the house that fronts on the public beach as well as the public street. I think I can make that change pretty easily.
Well, can we just make a motion to admit, or to make that change, or do we, what I'm asking you is, do we need to table this, come back with that, or can we just incorporate that now?
I like your language. I think we can make that work.
Okay. Well, I'll make that motion then.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion to approve with amendments from Commissioner Amison. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. The amendment would be that those houses that are on the front of the public beach would be adding the numbers on the front and the rear of the house as well. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Okay, sir, let's go to the second public hearing about municipal services benefit units.
Okay, this is a ordinance that was advertised for hearing today, August the 20th at 11:05, or as soon thereafter as possible. The ordinance that was published is entitled as follows: an ordinance of the Board of Franklin, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Franklin County, Florida, amending Franklin County Ordinance 2013-1 to rescind all requirements for a vote of the property owners before the resolution establishing the amount of special assessments for fire and rescue municipal services benefit units described in 2013-1 can be amended, repealing all prior ordinances in conflict herewith, or parts of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. What the 2013-1 is the ordinance that established it. It amended your existing MSBU Fire and Rescue Services ordinance so that it went from one unified countywide district and created 7 individual districts. And as part of that amendment, the board had imposed upon itself, not required by state law, but imposed upon itself a requirement of a property owner vote before the board would consider amending the resolution that establishes the MSBU rates. So what this ordinance would do, if adopted, is it would remove from the MSBU ordinance 2013-1 the requirement for a property owner vote before you could consider amending the MSBU rates on the rate resolution. So there's 2 different issues going on here. One is any potential amendment to the rate resolution does require a public hearing process and a public notice process, but we're not there yet. What we are talking about today is removing, if that is the board's decision, the requirement for a vote before you can consider amending the MSBU rate resolution. So what this ordinance does is it makes reference to all of the different provisions in 2013-1 in each of the 7 districts that would require the property owner vote. And then it affirms that 2013-1 shall remain in full force and effect other than the removal of the vote requirement prior to you considering an amendment to the rate resolution. So unless the board has any questions for me, it would be appropriate to take public comment.
Yep. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to, for the public to be aware, because I've been asked this question, what made us get to this point of having to rescind and potentially rescind and take the choice away from the voters of the public? If you can elaborate.
The way I understand the process is the board was moving down the path of preparing for the vote. There were concerns about the cost of the election, and then there were some concerns, I believe, about the complication of having a countywide property owner vote. And so the board's decision was to take away that self-imposed, or consider taking away that self-imposed requirement for a property owner vote. which you can do. I mean, just as you impose that I'll say you, it was the prior board, but just as the board imposed that vote requirement upon itself, you have the authority to remove that requirement. You are not required by state law to have a property owner vote prior to considering an amendment to the MSBU rate resolution. But again, that issue is separate from the public hearing, public notice process you have to go through as part of any increase in the MSBU rate resolution. So there will be, as we move forward, and I do have another recommendation for the board, depending on how this ordinance goes one way or the other. I do have a recommendation that the board needs to hire a consultant to do a formal rate study, but that rate study would need to take place and be presented to you prior to the consideration of any future amendment to the rate resolution. What we're looking at today is just whether or not the board wants to retain or remove the requirement for a property owner vote before you get to that next step. And that next step, of course, is an official rate study and potentially an increase in the MSBU rate resolution, which then triggers certain public hearing and public notice processes that will need to occur.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I respond to the attorney?
Yeah.
What happened with this, wasn't you on the board then?
No, ma'am.
You wasn't? Just me. Okay, but I remember.
Yes, ma'am.
I will always remember. Alligator Point and St. George Island came to us needing more money for their MSBUs.
Correct.
And at that time, we did have the power to go and change the amount of the MSBU without it going to the people for a vote. So in order for us to be able to take it to a vote for St. George Island and Alligator Point, this is why the 2013 one was made, because we had only took it from the board at that time, which was way back in the 80s when they first started this thing. Am I right, Mr. Shearer? Am I?
I was in high school.
No. Well, that's when it was. It was around in the 80s. But what I was going to say was, I've had a lot of people talk to me about it too, and I'm gonna let you know how they feel after I do this. But I just wanted to give it a little bit of history. This is the reason why we went to a vote, and the fire department of Alligator Point and St. George Island agreed to. They wanted the vote of the people because that's what the people were wanting, to be able to vote on it. And at that time, we took it to where they could do that. But the money for the vote was taken out of the MSBUs for the fire department at that time. So I was just wanting to clear that up, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Sewell before we go to public comments?
But I thought that we couldn't use the money from out of the MSBU to pay for the election. I thought that.
I don't know where the money came from for the vote.
It did. It came from they paid, each fire department paid a certain amount.
So, Mr. Chairman, the difference between that time and now is you had two, correct me if I'm wrong, two volunteer fire departments requesting an increase. But now basically we have all the county volunteer fire departments requesting an increase, which is an arduous task from what I understand in terms of elections for our supervisor of elections and her staff. So we need to kind of take that into consideration as well. I mean, yeah, we can have an election and I guess the cost may or may not can come out of the MSBUs, but we still have to, it's basically going to be a countywide vote and a special vote on top of that, right?
It's actually more than a countywide vote. It involves every property owner.
That's
correct.
And that was, and I'm not trying to be any way, that was the issue, the singular issue that our supervisor of elections was most unexcited about. Because pulling off that kind of election, making sure that everybody actually had a chance to vote. So, you know, there was reservations on her part, let me put it that way, because currently they don't do any elections for property owners. They do it for residents. So, you know what I mean? That's that's a little bit outside the
That's
wheelhouse
true.
of what they normally do.
I knew there
So-
was another reason, I couldn't remember what it was.
Mr. Chairman, just entertain me if you will, just dumb it down for me. So basically, and I think I know the answer to this, but what the supervisor of elections was telling us, that every property owner, no matter whether they're residents or not, have to be contacted, and she was worried that there would be, I wouldn't say loss, or there would be a lot of people that would come back saying that they wouldn't
That they didn't
inform-
vote, or
they didn't get the opportunity to vote, that it was gonna create
Yes,
a mess,
yes,
basically. Okay.
yes. Because the last thing you want to do is hold an election and have any people that are supposed to be able to vote that say that somehow they were left out or not included.
That's right. Because I think she had mentioned to me, just the mailing,
Yes.
getting that stuff mailed out was going to be a pretty hefty price.
Yep.
Just the people that are non-residents that are property owners. Okay. Just trying to go back in my brain.
Well, and to Commissioner Ward was saying, when we first started having this discussion, it was one, maybe two departments.
Mhm.
Now I think it's 6 or either 7. So it's pretty much all of them. Anyway, it's a big lift. We just want to make sure we get it right. I think it would be smoother for the board that's been elected by the people to vote, but that's just my opinion. All right, anything else for Attorney Sewell before we go to public comment? All right, so we are now open to public comment. I did get some cards. You didn't have to have them. But Jason Timber, Edwin Lott, if you want, whoever, come on forward, Chief. I'll let you speak first.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jason Timbert, Chief of the St. George Island Volunteer Fire Department. Just want to thank you for your time today, and thank you for all the hard work, right, that you guys put in. I think for a couple of the other fire departments here today, we'll all tell you, right, we need that MSBU money, the growth of our communities,
Yes.
the increased costs and equipment. I know for my department, I've got a 25-year-old ladder truck and a 31-year-old engine, right? So we need more funds. But, after our fire department board, we met this week, it's the will of us to make sure that our individual property owners have a say-so in the increase. They trust us with their life and property, and I want to make sure that they have that, choice to be able to give their input as well. So for today, we're going to oppose this MSBU ordinance as it's written. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I would love to say a word on this. I'm George Pruitt. I'm the chief of the East Point Fire Department. I've been with that department for 30-plus years. When I first joined the department, our MSBU was $28 a year for individual residences. We came up here and we had a meeting with the county commission, and you increased it to $50 a year, which was sorely needed. And once again, we find ourselves in that position. But, as this great country we use a form of representative government, the county is the same thing. So, I'm going to go the opposite way of the previous comment and say that we elect the county commission to make these decisions for us without having to spend $30,000 of MSBU money that we sorely need on an election. And there may be people that disagree. I've talked to people that were on the fire department years ago with me, and they're like, oh yeah, we don't need that. I'm like, whoa, you don't know what we need now. Times have definitely changed. And when an engine costs $500,000, and our replacement schedule for anybody that's been in the fire service for any length of time, 20 years is the magic number. After 20 years, you start spending more in maintenance than you do in payments. So, and we've got this one on the board that, thank you to the board for making this legislative request for us, and that is greatly appreciated. But we have 2 other engines that are right behind it in that 20-year replacement cycle. It probably won't happen because we do not have the money to do it and maintain our normal operating budget.
Yes.
So I'm all in favor of putting that power in the county commission's hands, and I trust that they will do the right thing and do what's right for the county. That's why they were elected, and I'm sure they will.
Thank you, Mr. George.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm Ray Pierce, President of Alligator Point Fire Department. And we just want to let you know that the taxpayers and property owners in our fire district very much support our fire department. We're thankful for it. We continue to offer the services we can with the money we have available. Needless to say, things have changed since 2013, since we had a last pay increase. This last year, our insurance went up 58% in 1 year. We have one new truck. We have 3 trucks that are closer to 30 years old than 20. All these things cost a lot of money. We're not Tallahassee, we're not Atlanta, we're not Miami. We don't have that kind of money, but yet that's how much these things cost. We also have the requirement for Firefighter 1 training, which is very expensive. It's really hard to get volunteers to spend this amount of time to get qualified, and it takes money and dedication to do that. But we can't just keep kicking this can down the road. We've got to do something. If you voted something today, it can't go into effect until next year. So we've already gone a few years now without getting something done. So thank you for your support, and we encourage you to help your volunteer fire departments. One other comment, we are more unified than you think we are. We've got 4 fire departments here today, and we all have the same goal.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Terry Rigsby. I'm a property owner at Alligator Point. I otherwise have no connection to any of the volunteer fire departments that are affected by this proposed ordinance. I will tell you that being a resident or a property owner at Alligator Point, we are very, very proud of our volunteer fire department. They do an excellent job, and we support them 110%. And when they say they need money, we will gladly increase the rates. And one concern I have with regard to where we might be heading with this, and no, I guess, offense to the county attorney, but he mentioned that if you pass this proposed ordinance, he recommends that you hire a firm to conduct a rate study and the public notice requirements for the next step in considering adding or increasing the rates. I would submit that if you go to this proposed ordinance, you ought to be able to rely on the word of the fire department chiefs and each organization that is out there doing a fantastic job without getting paid. And I would hate to see the process of increases drug out because there's another committee or there's a consultant that's costing money and taking time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
He ran.
Mr. Edward Light is on Zoom, so Mr. Morone will have to do his magic so he can speak.
Yeah, I apologize.
You're good.
I touched the whole thing. Mr. Lott.
Oh, that's why I didn't touch it either.
Yeah, Mr. Lott is there. He was waiting to talk, so hold on. Let me allow him to talk. Now, Mr. Lott, if you hit *6 on your phone, it'll unmute you, sir. There he goes. He's unmuted, sir.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Oh, hello? Okay. Hey, thank you for letting me speak this morning. I wanted to first say I would like to thank Commissioner Sanders for attending our community meeting and discussing this MSBU ordinance, listening to our concerns, and seeing by a vote of hands those in attendance that 95% attending were opposed to this ordinance. So I'd like to make sure that that's understood. And I'm not sure how the other commissioners are receiving input from their constituents, but I would venture to say that you might receive a similar vote if you asked for it, straw vote that is. Also, I'd like to request that my letter to the commission and Mr. Schuler and Mr. Marone be recorded. And it would be indicating also my opposition to this ordinance and frankly, my concern for the public notification process that this has gone through. And another point I'd like to make is that the right to vote on MSBU's by property owners, it's important to note that it's the only opportunity that a property owner that's not eligible or registered to vote in elections to have their voice or vote heard regarding taxes. Lots of property owners in Franklin County have via rental properties, other types of rental properties, and their only mechanism for being able to be heard when it comes to taxing issues is being able to vote as a property owner. MSTUs, as you know, require, because they're dealing with ad valorem taxes, require that all registered voters can vote. This is the only case, MSBUs, where property owners get to have a voice where otherwise they would not have one if they're not registered to vote. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Also, the cost of holding an MSBU vote, the last MSBU vote for additional funding at Alligator Point Fire Department, if I'm not mistaken, those funds to carry on that vote were subtracted from the MSBU dollars that were received. So it's being paid for not by the county, but by the MSBU dollars received. Also, I did want to know why it is necessary that we remove the vote, and that question was asked, and so I appreciate that of Commissioner Ward for having asked that question. But that's my comments, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Locke also wrote a letter that I want to make sure that you include into the public record.
I will, and I'll actually upload it to the agenda after the meeting.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? So some Commissioner Sanders brought up, it sounds like it was new to everybody else except her. Is the board considering if we let the, if the public votes on this and the cost of that, is the board considering tagging some of the MSBU funds that go to the fire departments to offset some of the costs of the election? Because I think that is something you would want to have to talk.
That's
with,
going to have to be looked into.
Yeah, your fire chiefs about, if that is the case.
No.
I mean, that, if they're asking for more money, but we're gonna.
Michael, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, if it's MSBU funds, ad valorem taxation, whatever it is, residents or property owners are the ones paying that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which fund it's separated into. It's still coming from the property owners and the residences.
Yes.
But it's also, if we're doing it that way, you're actually then taking away from all your fire departments for the chance for you to vote. I just don't know how I feel about that. I'm not trying to take away anybody's right to vote. That's not what I'm saying. But we vote on all the taxation and all the other offices for the county, the clerk's office, the sheriff's office, you know, everything but the school.
Your budget public hearings
is
next
voted on by this commission. So I don't see why that's a problem, but I'm one of 5.
Yeah, it seems like you're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, that's, I see both, Mr. Chairman, I see both sides. You
I
got,
do. I do.
Chief Pruitt up here saying you're kind of taking funds to have a vote for the funds that they need, but then I also understand people have a right to have a say, property owners and such, because we are taxing them. So it's kind of a juggle here for me personally to try to make a decision on it.
Yes, it is.
You do have another speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, let me unmute Dr. Teresa Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs is unmuted.
Good morning, and thank everyone for all the hard work you do. I have a question. We're talking about robbing Peter to pay Paul here with the MSBU money and the vote. What are we going to do? Who is paying for this consultant firm? Is that coming out of the budget of the county commission?
Professional services.
I think we'll be coming out of our professional services line item that's already budgeted.
So that will not be coming out of the MSBU money?
No, it would not be taken away from the fire departments.
And what, would there be a time frame on this consulting firm to get the job done? Because our fire departments need the money now.
Yep, so, yes, ma'am, I agree with that, and I'm sure that's what we'll be discussing today if the board does move forward. I will tell you, if it's going to a vote, it probably wouldn't happen until a year from November. So there's no way you probably would get on a ballot and have all those hoops jumped through by November of this year, when you're going to include property owners that our supervisor of elections has never had to deal with property owners. They've only had to deal with residents. So, yes, ma'am, the timeline is an issue, and it's definitely something we're aware of.
Okay, well, I'm not great on giving away my rights, and I'm not real happy about all of that, because I think property owners, that's about the only thing they can vote on. But I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Sanders, for all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Yes, ma'am.
Lyra Erath, and I'm a longtime resident and property owner of Alligator Point. And I want to thank the commission for their time and thank Ms. Cheryl for all she does for us. And really, I have more of a question. And I hear both sides of the argument, and believe me, we love our fire department. These guys are amazing. They give so much of their time. And our fire department is almost professional. They've done so much training and hard work. But they do need these funds. Now, the voting issue, I've done a lot of work in voting in elections, is that there's a lot of ways to accomplish an election, okay? And you just have to go to your tax rolls to know who are your property owners. They're all paying property tax. That data exists. That is not something that's going to take a lot of time to find, because it exists with your tax department. But my other question is that we know we need the money. Our fire department knows they need the money. Who starts the process currently? How do we get the money that we need? The homeowners down there, we need our fire protection. We need insurance coverage. The better our fire department is, the lower our cost for fire protection. How does the process currently work? Why do you need an ordinance if the current process is working?
Well, the current ordinance hasn't been used since 2013, has it? Yeah, it was the last time it was used. So the discussion was over the conversation we had with the supervisor's office. I can't answer everything, and she's not here to answer that today. I can't answer everything, but I can tell you the supervisor's office is just like a lot of our county offices. They don't have staff just waiting around to do an election just because there's time to do an election. They work on a very tight budget and a tight time frame. We hold all of our departments to that. Regardless of what people might say, we do our best to make the best use of each and every one of your tax dollars here in Franklin County.
Right.
So now, would we look at hiring more staff to get it done if it's going to a vote? That's all well and good. But at the end of the day, you're still going to spend money that's either going to come from your ad valorem taxes or from your fire departments for the right for people to vote over something that the residents are saying they know they need the money. Why don't you just give them the money? That's where we're caught at.
Okay, that's still not my question. We know we need the money. How do we get it going? How do you work in the current process even to get the funds that we need? I understand your election issue, but there's a lot of ways to conduct an election also, so that can save money. And as I said, your data is already there in your tax rolls. But what I'm asking is, so how do we get it done? how do we get the money that our fire departments need? Do we, through our vote is one way that the property owners can force the issue, but how do we get the ball rolling? How do we get the money that we currently need?
So currently.
Tell us the rules. How do we do it?
Well, there's no rules to tell you. Currently, the way it's set up, it would be a vote of the people. But when we talked to our supervisor, she was adverse about moving forward with that.
Correct. I
So
understand that.
then we started the process of removing what the board had imposed upon itself a decade and a half ago and make it where it's a vote of the board to move forward and to not slow the process down. That's where we're at today. That's what we're
Gotcha.
considering.
Okay, so what assurances do the property owners who have a voice currently and have something at stake, what assurances can the commission give us as property owners that the process will move forward?
Oh, that's what we're here for. Yes, ma'am.
So what assurances do we have? What assurances can we put in this ordinance that assures a voter and a property owner that our fire departments, because they are individuals and they have individual needs and individual budgets, what assurances can the commission give us that if this vote is taken and that you now have the power to do it and not the property owners, what assurances in this ordinance can you give us that things will be sped up, that things will move on, that our fire departments will be listened to?
So your fire departments are definitely being listened to, but the thing that's happening here today is to try to speed it up.
But can we add something to this ordinance that would assure me, if I give up my vote, that my fire department is going to be listened to, and that the process will be speedy and will have a timeline and will take place?
I can assure you, we are trying to move forward with it. That's the only reason it's on the agenda today. That's the only reason it was advertised, was to speed up the process, not to slow it down.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I address her?
Yeah.
Ms. Lyra, the thing about it is whether it goes for a vote or whether it goes a vote of this commission or whether it goes to a vote of the people, the money will be coming in to the fire departments, the extra money next November 2026. There's nothing to speed that up. I know what you're talking about, because even with the MSBU increases, let's say we do vote this in by the board or however, you're still not going to be able to, the fire departments are still not going to see that income coming in until next November. That's just the way it is. But then it is set by us, and this is the reason why this board asked for certain information. As one person said, y'all need to trust the fire department and what they're saying that they need. It's not that, but we need accountability. We need transparency, because when the people come in here and ask for, why did you give them this, then we can say, here's what they gave us. Here's what they gave us. So no matter whether it's a vote of this board or a vote of the people, it's still not going to come down until November of next year. The money will not be received because that's when you pay your taxes. So, and it will be done after that. But y'all know if we get an increase in money, your fair share is going to have it down there. Y'all going from 95 to 130, isn't it, Mr. Ray? What y'all want? Okay. So that's what you would be going to, instead of you paying $95 a year, you'd pay $130.
Which we have no problem with.
Yeah, and that money would be going into the MSBU account for Alligator Point Fire Department.
And that will take place in November.
Yeah, and so the reason, and to what she's referring to, so for this year, we've already started the budget process. You probably already received your trim notice with your taxation. That's not in there because it hasn't been voted on by anybody yet, whether it be the board or the people. It hasn't been voted on yet. So the next time you'll get a trim notice is about this time next year. So that's what the commissioner is referring to, as far as the time.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, hypothetically, let's say we do a vote, hypothetically. Again, that vote's not going to happen until next year.
Yep.
So that
Then you
November
put it further out.
2026 would make it further out,
Yep.
if that makes sense. Because you can't have election, we can't have a special election.
The
for MSBU.
supervisor cannot just do an election when she wants to do an election.
So it'd have to be
She
November
has to do it in conjunction with the
2026.
state and the federal government and what they tell her she can do.
So if we do and correct me if I'm wrong, if we do a vote from the property owners, that's gonna take it that much further out. So you're looking at another year that we would have to, because the election would happen in November 2026, and then the money would come back to you guys November 2027. Is that right? So that's kind of why, you know.
And what I'm asking, and Ms. Cheryl, I understand your explanation, is so what mechanism is there to say that we are going to get the 135? Is that already in place? 130?
Yeah, 130.
Or has it
Well,
been, or
whatever we vote
does the
on, whatever
commission?
y'all ask, what your individual fire department, if we vote, we haven't gotten all the information in yet, have we?
No, we have not.
See, we asked for certain information, the roster to be able to give the, workers' comp insurance. They have to have workers' comp insurance. A financial disclosure, basically a financial disclosure of where the department's at. And there's several other things, the ISO rating for your, with Lanark, it's kind of difficult because they're right now getting back on their feet.
Right.
So you got a problem getting that. So whatever we do, we need to go ahead and do it because it's going to be next year. The only thing that I would say is some people, and I can tell you, some people are saying, well, it's taxation without representation.
It's not true.
That's what they're saying. And I'm gonna go through all of it because I think we need to hear all of it.
Yeah.
But then you have to understand, my argument would be, or anybody else's argument would be, volunteer, understand what I'm saying. Volunteer fire department means I don't think there's a person in this county that volunteers for fire department to be a firefighter, FF1 or whatever, gets paid for anything that they do. It's volunteer fire department. But then at the same time, you look and you say, the MSB is the only funding that those fire departments get. And it's by the grace of God that we've been very lucky in the past few years getting new trucks for the fire departments. Lanark got one. You've all paid for one, didn't you?
Yep.
And then East Point got one this year. We're happy about that. We're happy about East Point too. But this is the only funding. So, I've been on both sides of it. I took the vote to raise it from 28 to 50 on the board's measure. But I've also been there when we were asked to allow those two departments to allow the people to make the decision on their vote. And then it was up to the fire department to lobby for their cause why they need more money. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I know Lanark is on a thread right now because of everything it's gone to. It's cost them a lot of money to redo the department and get it up and running. So, they need their money just like Alligator Point, just like East Point, St. George. And another thing you have to consider, there's 7 departments in this county. District 2 holds 4 of those departments. We're lucky. We got a lot of firefighters, haven't we? Mm-hmm. But anyway, whatever way the will of the people comes down, that's the way I'll go. And I've told y'all that before, whether you want the board to vote for this or you want to allow the folks to extend their rights.
I understand all the sides of it, and once again, I understand that it comes with the tax money in November and all of that. And once again, what I'm asking is, what is our assurance that our department has asked for an increase? What is the process, and what is our assurance that they are going to get it? Where does it start? Does it go with a vote on this commission? Is that the process currently?
If we adopt this ordinance today, it would.
If you adopt the ordinance,
that we could then come before the board as we've done, and I know the departments have,
Yes.
and then it would be awarded in November.
November, a year from now.
A year from now.
Yes, because you've already got your trim notices for this year.
You're right.
You've already got your taxation notice.
Yeah, I did.
It'd be an automatic
Yes.
thing, Ms. Lauer, come November 1, instead of them taking out,
But it's-
or instead of you paying the 95, you'd be paying the 130 as of
Which is fine.
November.
But so, once again, it would require would the commission vote on each individual request? Is that how it would then work? If the homeowners aren't voting on it, then what is the process?
I think the process, we'd have to have a whole nother public hearing, wouldn't we?
Right. Well,
Yes.
again, my recommendation to the board is that you hire a consultant to conduct an official rate study, as was done with the MSBU rate assessments for the Alligator Point beach renourishment. Once the rate study comes in, then the board would go through the public hearing and public notice process to consider increasing the rates based on that rate study. That's my recommendation to the board.
Is there a timeline that could be asked for that rate study if the board goes that way?
Yes, I can talk to the consultant and explain to them what the board's goals are, that you want this to be completed in time to be placed on the ad valorem tax bills for, that are released November of next year.
Yeah. Well,
But
actually,
I
that
don't have
would
any-
be before, we need to be doing that sometime around April of next year at the latest.
Right,
Yes.
so if the board gives me, and I haven't, I've done some online research to find out the name of the successor to the company that the board last used down at Alligator Point for its beach renourishment rate study. I have not contacted them yet, but I do have their contact information in the event the board authorizes me to contact them, and I'll be back at the next meeting with a time and cost estimate to present to the board for your consideration.
Anything else, ma'am?
I appreciate it. As I said, it was a question
Yeah.
that wanted to know the process of how it would take place, and the assurance from this commission that our fire departments are going to be listened to and that they do need an increase. As we all know, go to the grocery, everything's increased.
Everything.
From your
Yes.
milk to your fire trucks, so, and that these guys are volunteers and they're great,
Yes,
and they
ma'am.
really do need.
Well, I think you'll
our
find these
help.
5 residents support our volunteer fire departments as much as the rest of the residents do.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman, Mr. Lott has raised his hand
Okay.
again.
Hi, Commissioner Jones, I just have a question to get a clarification. If the vote is returned to the county commission or taken back by the county commission, does that mean that there won't be any cost deducted from the future MSBU funds going to the fire department?
That is correct.
Okay. One more clarifying question. If the vote remains with the public, will those costs be deducted from the MSBU funds?
That is the way I understand it.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So to clarify, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if we don't go to a vote, there's no MSBU funds that are affected because we don't have to hold the money, have the money raised for the election.
Right.
So that's, I think, what he was.
Yes. Any other public comment? I know it's taken a long time, but it's an important issue. We
Very
want everybody to be able to speak.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I would like to say one more thing. You know, talking about the training and stuff, we have a current firefighter 1 class in progress right now, and it's $600 a man is what it costs for each man that all the departments, we have Apalachicola, we have St. George Island, we have East Point so far involved in it, and we're about halfway through that class. But as far as finances and what the fire departments need, our financial reports are provided by a professional CPA and have always been since I've been there. It was Larry Lane, and then it's whoever the successor was from that. So, I mean, all a sort has to do is show up at one of our monthly meetings, and it's the fourth Monday of the month since the dawn of time at 7 o'clock. And our treasurer hands out these financial reports, which is a clear picture of where we are. And that's public information. Anybody can walk in there and ask for one of those because we deal with public money.
Yes.
So just want to make that clear that that's information that anybody can get. It's not posted on the internet or anything like that, but I mean, I can get you a copy of it, or, you know, and it's always been that way. I mean, we've always been that way. Now, the board makes sure we have what we need to do our job, and this board does. I'm only in charge of the engine room. I'm one vote on the board, but I just think it's prudent to go ahead and get this thing done as well. And Ms. Cheryl, you were talking about somebody saying they had taxation with no representation. I don't think that's true, because you are the representation. They elect.
Their opinion.
Yeah,
Joe, that's
exactly.
their opinion. That's their opinion.
You are the representation that they elect, and if they don't like their representation, they're free to vote for somebody else, I guess. But I personally think you guys are doing a great job at what you do. So, I just wanted to make that clear as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. George.
And thank you for the time.
Anyone else? All right, see no hands raised online. We're back to the board. Commissioners, you have anything you want to discuss further? Or any more questions you want to ask? Or are you ready to make a motion and vote?
So basically, Mr. Chairman, where we're at is this, this is going to, if this passed, this would put the power back towards us.
Yes.
We could then engage with the fire departments. They can give their request to us. We can demand the transparency. We can look at contracts. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of those contracts were way outdated. They need to be upgraded.
There were none.
I'm sorry, there's no?
There were none. The only one we have now is with Lanark.
Well, there you go. We need to get some contracts in place, get some transparency. And then then the people say, well, look, this is what the fire department comes to us, this is what we need. You know, and to be fair, if they come to us and say we need a 150 increase, increase to 150, we got to be able to justify that. We can't just sit there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's why we're going to engage with the
rate study.
Rate study. Jesus, it's been a long morning. But anyway, I mean, this is the most efficient and quick way to do it. Again, I know, like the one lady, I don't know if I said it loud enough earlier, but I feel like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And then she turned around and said the same thing. Why would we sit there? I mean, that's what we're here for, to make these decisions, to make this process go. That's our job. Let us get to work. You know, I mean, if you want to see the impact of it, the quickest way for us to do is me to make a motion to pass this and us get to work. So with that, I'm gonna make a motion that we adopt this ordinance and roll our sleeves up and let's go to town.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison.
I second that.
Second by Commissioner Crew. I would ask Commissioner Amison, would you consider amending your motion to include giving Attorney Schuler the authorization to contact this company for the rate study?
Mr. Chairman, my plan was to bring that up during my report.
Oh,
if
okay.
you may.
Never mind. Okay.
Let's not cross-pollinate
All
the
right,
public
you're good.
hearing with that issue, please,
You're
sir.
good. You're good. I'm just trying to make sure we're covered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we do have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion?
The only thing I've got to say is I've done the vote either way. So that's it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous, 5-0.
We're gonna go ahead and get this done
It passes.
and move on down the line.
All right, now to number 3.
Yes, sir. This is a public hearing that was noticed for consideration on today's date at 11:10 a.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. The title of the proposed ordinance is an ordinance of Franklin County, Florida, banning all fires on the public beaches of Franklin County, providing for a penalty, repealing our ordinances in conflict herewith, and establishing an effective date. The ordinance, essentially the only ordinance you would be repealing is the warming fire ordinance on Carabel Beach that was authorizing warming fires during the 3 December months. I believe it was, I think it was October, November, December. Don't hold me to that, but it was basically for a 3-month period during the wintertime. What this ordinance would do, although in the past we had discussed having a year-round ban, at the last meeting the board had directed to limit that year-round ban just to the turtle season, so this ordinance reflects that change by the board. In my opinion, as we've discussed recently, of course, no one in the room knows what a judge would do if anyone were to challenge this, but in my opinion, I don't think that a change making the period of time for the ban smaller would require the board to re-advertise this ordinance. So I think you're in a procedural position to move forward. The beaches that this would cover, of course, were the public beaches on St. George Island. As we mentioned earlier, that runs from 12th Street West to 11th Street East. It's approximately a 4-mile stretch of beach. Carabel Beach Park, McKissick Beach, both in Carabel, and then two areas, 2 public beaches at Alligator Point and 1 public beach on Bald Point. The penalty provision, we had received a request from the Sheriff's Department to consider making that penalty as a second-degree misdemeanor, so that is the penalty that I have put into this proposed ordinance. Provided the definition of fires, the codification, and the effective date. And of course, if adopted by the board, the effective date would be the date that this ordinance is placed on file with the Division of State in Tallahassee.
Okay.
So if the board has any questions for me?
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
So we were having a discussion in recent days about a current ordinance that the county has on the books that addresses some of the issues I think that are coming up.
Yep.
That spurred this discussion to begin with.
Yes, sir.
Can you please elaborate on that ordinance?
Oh, yes, sir. The ordinance has been on the books for, oh goodness, since 1994. It's an ordinance making it unlawful to burn sea oats and dune vegetation or burn improper materials on any of the property of Franklin County, Florida. Of course, the property of Franklin County would include all of the public beaches that are specifically mentioned in this proposed ordinance. And the ordinance says no person shall burn any sea oats or dune vegetation on any public beach. The burning of rubbish, trash, mattresses, noxious materials, construction debris, or the burning of tires on county property or right-of-way shall be presumed to be vandalism and a criminal offense. And it says here, although it doesn't say second-degree misdemeanor, that's what it means. It shall be punishable by a fine not to exceed $500 or by imprisonment in the county jail not to exceed 60 days, or both such fine and imprisonment. And this was adopted on May the 3rd of 1994.
Thank you. I want to make sure the public was aware that that existed, because I, for one, until recently did not realize that it existed and the implications it could have on the conversation we're having here today.
Yes, sir.
Because I'll just say this, we have any number of ordinances on the books, and we need to start enforcing the ordinance we already have, is where I'm at with that. We'll see how the discussion goes today on what's in front of us. I'm not trying to dilute it or change it. I'm trying to just bring up the historical fact that we have an ordinance on the books that allows us a way to enforce, I think, a lot of what the complaints are that are happening. So it is people burning construction debris. It is those kind of things. You know what I mean? So we need to enforce what we have. So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of that.
Well, and another thing too, what you're talking about, Mr. Chairman, it's like a few years back, we had the local mullet fishermen come to us and ask us for warming fires during the winter on the seine yards in the county.
Yes.
Now, there's not that many seine yards, as you all know, but they're there.
Yep.
And traditional uses, we always have had warming fires, I mean, you know, to warm you, because it gets cold handling them mullet out of them nets during rowing season.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question of, I guess, more of a grammatical clarification. On this ordinance, it says that the turtle nesting season beginning March 1st. Shouldn't that be May?
Did it say? Well, let me see what Google says. I looked it up on the internet.
One of our
sorry.
turtle people might be able to answer that.
When's the turtle
Turn
season?
around and get a-
May to October, correct?
Okay.
Is it May?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, must be a scrivener's error.
Scrivener or something different on there.
I will.
I know.
Anyway, thank you, Commissioner Ward.
We have done a lot, hey.
All right, any other questions for Attorney Schuler before we open up for public comment? All right, I do have names that turned in cards for public comment. You didn't have to fill them out, but Mr. Mason Bean, Roy Wilcox, and Rolf Wardener. But at this time, I'll open for public comment from the room. Anyone?
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to consider this ordinance. I support the 6-month ordinance during turtle season. I think it is not just for the turtles. If you guys have been out there every day, even if it's legal firewood, I mean, people are not cleaning up after themselves. There's fires that are still burning in the morning. Yes, construction debris is used pretty often. I sent you some pictures. They're not the greatest, but you can see how over the year or over the season, you know, what is initially in the fire pit spread all over the place. So I don't know, that's not a safety hazard at that point, but I don't know if it's unsightly or not. It's just another aspect of it, I guess. And there is a Florida Administration Code 62B-55.004 that specifically states bonfires and bonfire pits are prohibited within sea turtle nesting habitat during sea turtle nesting season. I personally think, you know, I've heard a lot of comments about it's our right to do this. You know, we shouldn't be restricted by yet another law. I believe there are certain situations it's for the public good. There are other people that use the beach, not just people that feel like going out and having fires. And with that comes empty beer bottles and aluminum cans and other things. And so it's not just for the public's enjoyment, the public good, it's also for wildlife. So although I'm a turtler, it does expand out into other areas. So thank you for your time, and I didn't realize that other ordinances existed either. I would say any fire because of the fact people don't clean up after themselves. So it's not just construction debris.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. My name is Roy Wilcox, and I do want to say that I appreciate the Friends of the Reserve Board and the St. George Island Sea Turtle for their presentation. The interest in protecting our beaches with these beach fires and the problems that occur. They stated that the fires on the beach are a health and safety hazard for the general public, the county employees, nesting turtles and their hatchlings, and we need to add on people and their pets. And one solution that they had was to limit beach fires during turtle season to protect them. But we need to really consider all year. Beach fires, if they're just occurring during, let me start again. Beach fires can be a problem all year long. That we need to, not just during turtle season. This is for the safety of the beach users all year long, the wildlife people and their pets. Also, we have concerns, my family, in regards to the debris that is left behind. last March, I was able to identify 33 different sites where beach fires had been between West 12th and West 8th. So you have, it's their trash that's left behind. And under the leave no trace, excuse me, it states, whereas in order to protect and maintain the use of the public beach for residents, tourists, and visitors, and wildlife and maintenance crews, the overnight placement of items of personal property must be and is prohibited. Well, personal property is defined as things that are temporary, movable, subject to ownership. So people who purchase logs on the island, get logs out of the yard, limbs, boards, pallets, and take them to the beach for their use, that's personal property and is prohibited. Also, often left overnight, as stated before, and oftentimes left for months out there until they are covered up. It also states that whereas personal property left on the public beach constitutes as a nuisance, which is contrary to the public health, safety, and welfare. Fire logs, hot coals, burned lumber left on the sand becomes a nuisance and must be avoided when people are out there walking with their pets or with their children. And if not seen, hot coals, firewood can cause burns to people and wildlife. Recently read on Facebook where two people mentioned that their child was burned accidentally walking over some burned coals. The beach fire remains are often close to access points also. Whereas leaving personal property on beach access points at any time blocks public access, it creates a hazard and a nuisance for other persons. So sometimes it's just more convenient for people to have their little bonfire going right there to an access point, which means walking out and you have to walk around them, or you have to be careful where you're walking when you're barefoot. The holes dug in the sand for large beach fires are often left open where county workers and those who are authorized to drive on the beach have to avoid driving to a hole or into this hazard. I got involved with a county worker one day that was about there 10 o'clock, 6 foot wide hole that was about 18 inches deep. The dozen logs were still hot and burning, and all he could do was just cover them up the best that he could. And you could still feel the heat from it. But as he was driving, if he had not seen it, then he would have been right inside that hole. Beach fires are largely prohibited in the state of Florida. Statute 590.11, it is unlawful for any individual or group to build a warming fire, bonfire, or a campfire and leave it unattended while visible flame, smoke, or emissions exist. And that's what happens when people have had fun with their beach fire at night. They leave, it's still there, it's still hot the next day, but that is prohibited. There are only 2 counties in the Panhandle that even allow beach fires, but they must be permitted, they are regulated, and they must be removed that night. Franklin County does not even address the beach fires, and it's left wide open. Often people are saying, can we have beach fires? And a lot of people don't know. Well, the ordinance that we have that's being presented to us, it says that for prohibiting the fires is in the furtherance of the public's health, safety, and welfare. And also it constitutes a hazard to sea turtles, and I think you need to add to people and pets and any wildlife. We have migratory birds that come through here in the spring and in February, and these things could be an issue to them. It also says that it's a hazard to persons and property, including but not limited to the embers. And we just discussed what our turtle season is. My question is, when it's not turtle season, are these beach fires no longer debris? Are they no longer a hazard? Can they no longer burn people? No, it's all year long. So the easiest thing to do in dealing with this and controlling it is just to ban beach fires all year. It'll make our beaches look better. You don't have to worry about people being burned or fires starting up close to where the crossovers are and there's dry debris, dry grass there. You don't have to worry about fires starting. If we just eliminate it, people say, well, it's fun, it's my right, I want to be able to do it. It takes away the joy of St. George, but it also takes away the joy of people who want to walk out on the beach and not have to worry about stepping on coals and hot logs. And also for my own grandson, when he comes in December, that he runs over and picks up a log he wants to use for a boat, and it's hot.
Yeah.
So that
Anything
is my
else, Mr.
concern.
Wilcox?
Sir?
Anything else?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay.
Did I use my 5 minutes?
Oh, yeah, you're over, but that's fine. You're fine. Anyone else? We just want to make sure everyone has a chance to speak.
No, you do have one online.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Karen Weir Jimerson. I'm an East Point resident, and I'm also a Turtle Patrol member of the team. And I've been a Turtle Patrol person for 5 years. And that means I'm on the beach for 6 months. I'm on 3 days a week. My partners are here. They're on the other 4 days. We cover a mile of beach, and I can tell after walking for 5 years, for 6 months, there's a lot of fire debris on the beach. People are making fires. They make holes. There's charred debris. They've burned things that have nails in them, hinges in them, that type of thing. So that creates not only a danger for the sea turtles that are federally protected, but it also puts me in danger as a person walking in the dark with a little orange flashlight looking for turtle eggs, turtle hatchlings, mothers laying eggs. This is a really cool thing that Franklin County has. People come up to me on the beach all the time and tell me that they vacation here because of the sea turtles. And they want the sea turtles to be safe. It's already been established, I think, by things that you guys have already seen, that other people have submitted, that this is something that is dangerous for hatchlings, mothers, and the people who work with them. I want to tell you one really quick story. I was on the beach one morning, and 2 people approached me at 2 different times. And they said there was a big beach fire. It came with tiki torches. It was an organized beach fire with a bar. One of the women said they were serving vodka. I walked over, I saw this. This should not be happening on our beach. And she said, is this allowed? And it's like, well, I think for a whole bunch of reasons, that's not allowed. But it happened. Later, another person told me that those people who had been at the beach fire stopped and surrounded an incoming sea turtle, a loggerhead, who was coming up to make a nest. And they deterred the turtle from the beach. Now, I don't know how often that happens. That's a pretty extreme thing. And there were people that came up to him and said, this is illegal, you're doing something illegal, you shouldn't be doing this. So again, it's anecdotal. I have the name of the people who reported this to me, though, if you'd like to interview them further. So I know it happened, you know. I think beach fires create a situation where things like that could happen more often. And as a Turtle Patrol person, I'm worried about that. And I want you to think about that. And thank you for all the work that you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Mason Bean, I hate to see us pass more laws, but what we really need is more education. You know, Franklin County has a great heritage. We have freedom. And every time we pass a law, we lose a little bit of freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Donna Knudsen, Apalachicola. I'm the coordinator of the Sea Turtle Patrol. I've got 35 people that dedicate their mornings to walking out on the beach. And Karen told me about her story the day that it happened. We were very concerned about what we should do, so she validated it with the witnesses. I think the point of the story that Karen told is that it's not the fire that's causing the problems. It's everything that comes with the fire. And we are finding that people use the fires as a convenient way to bury their beer cans and to bury their junk that they don't necessarily want to take 20 steps back up to the beach, up to their beach house with them. And there is a company on the beach that advertises that they'll go anywhere and build a fire for anybody. Big sign, on the east end side when you drive down Gorey. So it is a problem. We're just at patrol. It's the people that are contributing to the economy here in the county also.
Anyone else in the room?
Hi, I'm Doug Jimerson. I'm the president of the Friends of the Reserve. And I don't want to beat a dead horse over this, but I've been walking the beach every morning, 3 or 4 mornings a day. I'm a garbage man. I'm not a turtle. I pick up garbage. And it's getting worse. Just the beach wear and tear is getting worse, and part of that's the fires. As Donna said, there's now an organization advertising they will come and put a fire. I think that's probably what Karen saw. They had tiki torches and so forth. We do a lot of education. I think the Turtle Group does a great education on lighting. We all know there's a lighting ordinance out there, and the county does a great job coming up and down, picking up furniture that's been left out there, so forth. But the more we educate, we still don't get them people to not build fires. I mean, I'm telling you, every day there's some junk out there. And so I just think that at least during turtle season, if not the whole year, the fires are just getting out of hand. And it doesn't help the ant people or the sea turtles that people are coming to see. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Doug.
Lyra Erath. Again, I'm also a turtle patroller. I just wanted to make sure that Alligator Point, the whole turtle group out on Alligator Point is also in support of this ordinance that we need. The county's been great since the Leave No Trace ordinance has taken place, and it's really helped a lot. We still have some problems, but you all have been tremendous support, and I think that's what the turtle people are looking for here, is the support of the county, that you all stand behind the things that we try to do during the turtle season. But we're the farthest end of the county, so from one end of the county to the other, the turtle patrollers are in favor of this ordinance, and they ask that you give it your consideration for safety. And I'd just like to not see any of the houses catch on fire, actually.
Yeah.
It's pretty dry out there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy Thaw. I live in Carabel. I commute to St. George Island for the Turtle Patrol, same as this group here, as Karen. I'm the one who found the bonfire with all the construction debris in it. It was probably, give or take, about 40 feet in front of Walkover 7 East, directly in front of it. It was quite large and full, absolutely full of nails, every size. Little ones to great big ones, most of them rusty, a lot of them still in charred pieces of wood and pieces of metal. And it was just open. If, say, a child or a dog or anybody had walked over it and not seen it, they would have gotten nails in their feet. I was hoping it could get somehow cleaned up and taken out. It didn't. But that's some of the things that we're finding, in addition to all the burned pieces of wood and embers that people are just scattering, thinking that's putting the fire out. And it is very unsightly in addition to being dangerous. So we really appreciate your consideration to this, and thank you very much.
Anyone else in the room? All right, Mr. Roll, there were some hands raised.
Okay, I'm going to start with Ms. Goodson first. She was...
Thank you, Allison Goodson. I just wanted to throw my hat in the ring of supporting this ordinance. I hear Commissioner Sanders' concerns about cold winter temperatures and fires being appropriate and necessary during that time. And while a year-round ban, I think environmentally makes the most sense, the one that you guys have presented, I think appropriately balances the interests of everyone involved, from the turtlers to the fisher people, and I hope that you will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move to Mr. Covington next.
Okay.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
So I just have a question. So we talk about this other ordinance, David Covington, St. George Island, I'm sorry. Excuse me. The ordinance that's on the books, what is different than that than what we're talking about doing here? Is it just the construction equipment deal that we're worried about, the construction materials in the pit that we're worried about?
Well, yes, so I think that's some of what I was understanding was the complaint, but some of the testimony given here today is actually expanded beyond just the actual material, but just to the fires themselves.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if like you said, are we putting another ordinance on top of another ordinance? Why can we not go back and amend that ordinance that we've got? Can we not do that?
That is probably possible, yes, sir.
Okay, because, you know, I'm of the position, we don't need to have any more ordinances until we can effectively enforce, you know, the stuff that we've got out there. That's the concern that I have. So, I agree with what Mason Bean said, that we have got to do a better job of education and communication. We've done that with Leave No Trace. I mean, I think if you talk with the county people that are out there on the beaches in the morning, I talk with the Turtle Patrol people when I'm there, you know, they're basically telling me that Leave No Trace has gotten better once we're communicating out and we're educating folks and, you know, asking folks, not basically going out there and telling these visitors, but asking them, hey, you know, here's the problem that we got. We've got limited resources and we need to get you guys to help us because we just don't have the resources in the county to be able to help us by picking this stuff up on the beach, making sure you're bringing it up to the toe of the dunes each night. So communication has got to definitely get better, and that's on just a lot of things within the county, but we all know that. One other thing is, if we're going to do this, I would suggest that we probably ought to make something that ought to appear like with Leave No Trace, where we're putting this in the rental units to let people know. I would just say we ought to write that in, just like with the holes on the beach. You know, we really didn't, I think we originally didn't put that out on the signage stuff for the when we talked about the beach holes. So I would consider we ought to probably add this into the language as well. And just think about this. This is the last thing I'll say about this, that if you were talking about just the public beaches from 12th Street West to 11th Street East, just think about, you know, when we're doing this, that everything out to the east of 11th Street East is going to be private beach out there. And so, you know, you're going to have the issues with, well, okay, if you got residents that are coming down there on the 11th Street East boardwalk over at night and they're seeing a beach fire down in the east end, they're going to go, oh, well, they're building a fire down there, I'll build a fire down here, not knowing that one's a public beach and one's a private beach. So just think about that in your thought process of what you're going through. I appreciate everything that you guys do. I appreciate you listening. I am in support of this. I do believe that we don't need to have it year round. I think that having it during turtle season is definitely needed. In my 20 years of being down there, I've seen a difference, and it has gotten worse, and it probably will get worse until we do something, because we can't get people to have common sense to you know, clean up after themselves. And, you know, having this situation of us having permits, I mean, that's just, you know, people don't look at the big picture of what's in the county. We just don't have the resources to be able to have somebody there to write the permits and all this other stuff. So people need to look at the big picture, not just look at the specific little issues, and come to these county meetings and get engaged in the county stuff. So I appreciate your time and hope y'all have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next is Dr. Jacobs.
Jacobs, okay.
Yes.
Me again.
That's fine.
Bruce Jacobs from Alligator Point. I just want to say, I think we need to use our resources wisely and just go with what the state allows, and there's no fires on the beach, period. And that will solve a lot of problems. And then you're not trying to say, oh, well, is it time? Is it not time? Is it the right time of year? Just ban it like the state does. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you.
Is that it for public comment, sir?
Yes. Online, yes, it is, sir.
All right. So we're back to the board. We're done with public comment. Thoughts, questions, concerns?
Mr. Chairman, I will say, you know, I've listened to everybody, and there are a lot of good points brought up. I also gotten community input for folks that aren't here, minus the emails and stuff I've got. I've got messages and things of people who do enjoy a fire on the beach, and they're very responsible. You know, they use materials that they're supposed to use. I do see, though, Mr. Covington's point about public versus private. I can understand people on a private beach having a fire, people that are on public, especially if they're in a beach rental, may not be educated that they're not allowed to have fires during, you know, if this passes today. I could see where that would come into an issue. So if we do potentially move forward with this, I feel like a signage would definitely be a thing. I also agree with him in terms of, you know, we do have to enforce this. So, you know, we got to make sure whatever we put in place law-wise needs to be enforceable, and that we do enforce it. In addition to that, I know education. I know, especially, well, Alligator Point has VRBOs and rentals, just like the island does. I know a lot of people who own beach rentals put educational materials in the homes. But you get different people every week, so I don't know how we can do any better with that as far as the education part of it goes. So all that being said, I do also think that the ordinance that Mr. Covington was referring to, which was Ordinance 94-3, has more to do with the burning of certain materials. It doesn't have anything to do with fires themselves. So I think they're two separate ordinances in and of themselves. So I feel like personally, and I'm one of 5, that we do need to incorporate this verbiage into whatever we decide to do today. If we hypothetically do move forward with this ordinance, I feel like we need to add this verbiage in that to make it more uniform, and so that we are having it enforced, that whoever, you know, the sheriff's office or whoever's enforcing this can go out and say, you're burning illegal materials under this ordinance, so it's all uniform. Because I didn't know this ordinance existed either until today. So I feel, yesterday when I got the email, but I feel like it does need to be included if we do hypothetically move forward with this.
Commissioner, my recommendation is that they are two separate ordinances, and respectfully, I would say let's give the Sheriff's Department a certified copy of 94-3, and if y'all adopt this ordinance, give them a copy of today's ordinance, and then they'll have both of them, they'll have all the information there. But for me to go back and now, it sounds like modified 94-3, I mean, that I don't think we can do today.
Well, I wasn't saying that. That might be something we need to do in the future, though. Can we not, if hypothetically this moves forward today, this ordinance, the beach, can we not incorporate this verbiage into this ordinance? Or is that something we would have to advertise again, since it can be considered a substantive change?
Well, let's talk through that, because Ordinance 94-3, as you pointed out, has to do with what you're burning, not that you're burning. This ordinance being proposed today just says thou shalt not burn. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be, you know, it could be a firelight, it could be, you know, lumber that is not, or not lumber, it could just be, you know, like cut up trees or something, which 94-3 doesn't prevent. I mean, under 94-3, you can go out to the beach and you could have a bonfire all day long, and that would be fine. But under this proposed ordinance, it doesn't matter what the material is, you just shall not have a fire during turtle season.
Yes,
which, by the way, good
point.
catch, thank you, from May the 1st until October 31st. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, it does, and I see your point.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I'm just waiting on the chairman.
We're waiting, okay.
But while we're waiting, though, I'm gonna just take over right quick. I got a turtle question, because I'm not a turtler, so I'm gonna ask you turtlers this question. What is I guess the best time to see a turtle coming on the beach? I mean, when do they usually come in is what I'm saying, and I'm not
That's a loaded
I'm just
question
curious.
there.
No, I'm just curious, is when is turtle activity at its peak as far as the nighttime hours?
They usually come in and nest at night.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, is it
Yes.
like 1 in the morning? 2?
Anytime after dark, so
Okay.
8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, all the way up to before dawn. Every once in a while we see them during the day, but that's rare. Same with the hatchlings.
Okay.
So, 8 o'clock at night, it's more protective for them to hatch at night, right? Less predators.
Yeah.
So, we if somebody's out there with a fire, let's say they stop burning at 10 o'clock at night, or they leave, there's still embers, things like that, that we worry about.
I was just curious, I mean, if there's probably a moon phase or something like that, it probably says, hey,
not
I'm ready to
much.
lay an egg, and
Not much. I mean, I think that's not a wives' tale, but that doesn't, we haven't really seen any connection to it.
do you document whenever you see turtles?
Absolutely.
So what's the, I mean, what hour?
Well, we
is
don't,
the most,
we're out
the
there
high-
at 354 nests on St. George right now.
Not counting the state park, not counting Little St. George. So it's, in 1 mile, we have 58 nests, so it's not like there's a whole lot of space to put a fire where you're not gonna affect a particular nest or.
So if you put a fire, let's see, in between the nest and the water, those hatchlings, if they go the right way, that's a whole nother issue. But if they go the right way, they're going to potentially walk through that. Well, they're not going to get through it. And the same thing with females coming up to nest. They can't back up, right? So once they get halfway in, they'll be injured.
I got you.
But sea turtles can't back up.
I shanghaied your meeting to get a little
Well,
turtle
then,
education.
So what are we doing? Did you ask a question?
I was just.
That'll teach you to
I'm fine
leave.
with her being up there.
No.
If she's talking and she's talking back there.
I
mean,
did. I asked him just some
Be a little
turtle.
organized.
Just some turtle information.
Okay.
That's all.
He's
We
not
were
gonna
just.
pass you the gavel.
It was an intermission that we were on an intermission while we was waiting on you. So
No
I
chocolate
just.
chip cookies for you today, Mom. It's all good. I was just trying to figure out what we were doing. Any more questions?
Mr. Chair.
Is this the time to ask them?
With I guess limited during turtle season, I am all for that. But talking to a few people and some organizations, what I'm unsure about is the whole year long, and this is the reason. One of the reasons why is not everyone is drinking alcohol or with the beer bottles.
Yes.
You do have several youth organizations that go over there in the winter and have winter camps, and you have responsible people that go over there, and they do have bonfires. I've witnessed that myself, so that's why I'm really unsure about the all year long part for the responsible people and the responsible groups.
Well, the other thing too is, so I've had several, I know people probably won't believe me, but I've had more emails about this issue than any issue I've had since I've been on the board, other than when COVID hit. That was a whole nother thing. But the other thing too, Commissioner, is, and people had some good ideas, there's still a way that you can do it, but that's not what's in this ordinance to approve or deny today. So there are other ways that you could do a permit. Some other counties are doing permits. And then if you have that permit, then you know who to go to find out why it wasn't taken care of properly. You know what I mean? But all of those things are adding other steps for us to do to enforce, to enforce an ordinance. So at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not unsupportive of anything that's said today, but I am under the understanding that there are people that do like to do bonfires on the beach. They don't do them the wrong way. You know what I mean? They take care of their stuff. And I think it's, my only thing is I don't want to see people, and it always happens, right? The people that do wrong ruin it for everybody else. So, if we were going to consider doing it during turtle season, that's one thing, but I'm definitely not for a year-long ban on burning fire on the beach. I'm not. Just because then you're penalizing everybody for the bad actors of the game.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would, honestly, I thought about the same thing. I mean, I'm on the same thought process really with the year-round. I'm not really for the year-round, but I will tell you this. I had a gentleman that approached me a couple of years ago, asked me what, was there a fire ban? And I told him no. And anyway, it was a little business model he was throwing around. And I know this is gonna come as a huge shock for everybody, but I tend to get in trouble from time to time with my wife. And this guy had a business where they go out and they did a little portable fire pit, set some blankets up, strawberry, whatever. I was thinking, man, I need to get your card. But now he was asking about that because he was kind of leaning towards coming over here. And I hadn't heard from the guy anymore, so I'm not ruining his business model by any means. But I got to thinking about it. I said, when this came up, is why couldn't we just add some language in there that no fires during the turtle season? I'm fine with that. But then if you're going to have a fire for the rest of the year in these specific areas right here, just have containment thing, like a fire pit. You got the solo pits, you got propane, and then it can just be taken out. It kind of kills the whole thing of fire debris being just left unattended and whatnot. I mean, it's just a thought.
Yeah, well, even doing that though, there still would be an element of what Mr. Mason said, of education for people to know what areas are what areas, you know what I mean? But of course, during the non-peak months, most of the people that are gonna be building fires are gonna be people that live here. They're not gonna be people that are just here for the week.
Yeah, I understand. Just a thought.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thought, but either way, you still have to do the educational piece.
Yeah.
Still have to put the information out there.
I mean, either way, you're still gonna have bad players.
Yes.
I mean, there's no way, we're not gonna sit here and make any rules or anything that's gonna make somebody do right. I mean, that's just.
They're catching speeders today if they're out there, I promise you.
Especially between our bridges.
Yep.
Yeah, hammer.
All right. Any other questions or concerns, or y'all ready to make a motion to vote? I'm here in the middle. I can't do either one, so whatever y'all want to do.
So what we're voting on here is this is going to ban fires between May 1st and the end of October 31st on these specific areas listed here.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'll make the motion. I mean,
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any additional discussion before we vote?
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to add, though, I don't know who would be responsible or how we would work this, but signage from, I guess, can we, okay, so signage from the private beach to the public beach so that people on the public are aware that they can't when they see a beach on the private section.
Yeah, we can also use TDC funds for that, because you're addressing a tourism town.
type.
And we have money in that budget for that. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should already have signs at pretty much every dune walkover, and we can add this to that. Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous, 5-0.
That concludes the public hearings, Mr.
All right.
Chairman.
Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll finish out. County Board and County Commission now back in session. Mr. Morone, we were at the end of your report, correct?
Yep, and if I remember correctly, we were at tomorrow's legislative delegation that starts in here at 2:30. Commissioners, you know, that was kind of short.
Sorry, that was kind of short notice for us. So I just want the board to quickly go over who's going to say what tomorrow to the senator and the representative.
Well, I got some language from Mr. Patterson, our building official. To do with the way that the state is now doing septic tanks. To try to address that with the legislators, and some of the stuff to do with private providers. You know, I just want to make sure they realize the outcome of the laws that are on the
That they
books.
made, yes.
Yes, and how they are affecting the communities that they serve. So that's the only thing that I have that you know. That, and we have to remember, we had discussion about the fact of how long it was going to take for East Point to actually receive the fire truck that the state did the appropriation for this last session. We actually are going to have to resubmit that as a reappropriation because that thing was 600 days out. Representative Schoaf assured us that would not be a problem. There's an area on the form to do it as a reappropriation. He said, I've never seen them not get reappropriated. So those are the only things I know about.
I'd like us to request a fire truck each year for each
Yes.
one of our volunteer fire departments. We could just rotate that request, you know,
Yes.
from department to department.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I just, I unfortunately won't be able to be here. So I trust that, you know, my fellow commissioners will be here and speak on good things that we need to talk about. But I'd like to add in that, I know we tried the shooting range appropriation. I think we need to try to throw that out there again to see if we can maybe get the Humane Society shooting range moved from the Humane Society to our county-owned property, which is just up the way there, if you don't
Yes.
mind.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question about that. Commissioner Ward, you can probably enlighten me a lot better, but would that conflict with what they're trying to do out there with the,
Not right now. With Team Florida?
Yeah.
No, because I think because the way Team Florida is working now is there's other properties that they're gonna start with for workforce housing and then make their way to the county property. So it's gonna be years before that happens. It's gonna be a while. And I felt like in the interim, we could probably plan another place for a shooting range in the interim. And I'm not getting anything big and fancy, just something where people can go sight in their rifles and get away from the Humane Society where it's bothering the animals and the volunteers that work there when they're out trying to walk the animals in the back where the shooting's going like that.
trust me, the only reason I bring that up is that, you know, it'll pop up in my head and I can't call you and say, hey. So I wanted to ask you now. But that's just something, when you said that, it just kind of reoccurred to me. And I was like,
thought
would
about that
be
as well.
conflicting? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I thought it's gonna be years, we're talking about years before it even takes, any taking off of that, so.
Well, too, we could always just let them, at their discretion, say, look, if the state has, 50 acres they want to give the county to locate a shooting range, they've got plenty of property.
Yep, that's
So
potential plan, hopefully.
could always ask, they can always say no,
It
that's what
never
my daddy
hurts.
used to say.
Yep, never hurts to ask.
Failure but a trial.
Yep.
I'm thinking Commissioner Amison will bring up that item he talked about earlier with FWC.
Yeah, I'm gonna double down on that as
Okay.
far as getting that language stricken from putting a cap. And also, I'm probably not gonna tell them I'm a commissioner. I'm gonna go in disguise and just, because
Let's see how that works.
I've still got a lot of heartburn about not funding any restoration like the governor asked. I think the final number went through, it was 2.1 million.
Yep.
And that's not enough to do the 10-foot hole.
Yeah,
in
no, it's
material.
not.
So we have no funding moving forward. I think we remember last time when we spoke, we had Wayne Williams and Miss Estes and all of them when we was engaging. I brought that up then because I'm still, my ears will start turning red just thinking about it, because we spent all this time in money on pilot studies for them to deny funding. The governor requested the 20 million for restoration material, and here we are, basically, we got nothing. So that sets the whole thing until we can.
That's why I
again.
pointed my finger at him the other day and said what I did. If you're not planning on doing some funding to restore this bay as it needs to be kept restored, then you're doing all this for nothing.
Yeah. Well, who'd you point the finger at, though?
I was pointing at FW.
Yeah, they're asking. That's the problem. I mean, that the governor even had it in their line item budget.
But what it is, they're
But-
finding out that staff. But see, the thing about it is that restoration, it's like you said, you have beat that home with, to us every time, you know, you talk about it. You beat it home, we're gonna beat it home, and they understand that somebody needs to give some money.
And that's what I intend on
Now,
addressing.
Morgan said to me the other day, well, in fact, this morning, Ms. Sanders, we've got a little extra money and we want to know, I can tell it because it's in a public meeting. We want to know what the board's idea of restoration is. And
Ask
she said
them
it.
when they're coming to get our concrete from the
Yeah.
landfill.
Yeah. The truth.
Well, I'm also gonna bring
That's
that
one
up
of the
too.
things, that's what he's gonna do is he's gonna tell them.
I mean, we have a local contractor who's got a crusher.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
Yep.
But
Well, they just give us that money.
Do what?
I said, give us that money and we'll put a team together.
Yep. That's what I said all along. Get our people
I
out there
mean,
on
I
that
know
water that know
somebody
what they're
that happens
doing.
to have a barge that has a water pump that can spray it off. We got, like I said, we got a landfill with some material right there. I mean, I would love, if I had the perfect world, to say, okay, let us show you how to do this, and then let's compare the numbers
Results.
in. Yeah, we can take some of this local knowledge, put it to work.
well, it's like Grayson Shepherd was talking up at the meeting, and he said, you don't understand that what y'all are doing, you're not only doing it for the oysters, you're doing it for the snapper, the triple tail, everything else. I mean, because that's feeding off the bottom. So they're doing it for everything.
Now, I don't know if y'all caught it or not, but a point that Grayson brought up was the gag grouper. This
the gag
year,
grouper.
this year, right now, you know, you've got Madison Swanson, Steamboat Lumps and all that. That is the Noah's gag grouper preserve. You can't fish in there, period. That's like it's like the old Boxall Ranch of the water, so to speak. Can't fish at all in there. And all of those grouper, that's a spawning area. Those grouper spawn in there, and then when they're little bitty fish, they are little bitty gag groupers, they swim into here and they hide around oyster reefs, and then they, you know. But the problem is that there's a direct correlation between the decline of our bay and now the gag grouper populations. Because now they have the shortest season in history. I think they give them like 14 days. That's it. 14-day gag grouper season.
Yeah.
And because their stock levels are so depleted. And a lot of it has got to do with the fact that they don't have that little, this is their juvenile, this is their nursery. They don't have the adequate nursery that they once had. And you know, it's a cause and effect, but it's gonna take, you know, X amount of years to see what this caused. Decline in the bay is now, it's not that the oysters died, now you start to see the decline in of all things, gag grouper that you associate with 40 miles offshore, you know.
Well, a lot of that has to do with the fact that the head of the bay needs dredging. A lot of those, when they're really small, some of that stuff, some of that sea life would traditionally go up there and then didn't go out into the Gulf. And that don't happen anymore because there's not enough water there.
I mean, it's just, like I said, that's what I'm planning on addressing with the legislative. I'm just gonna try to shame them a little bit, not funded, but anyway, I'm gonna let that go. Save it for tomorrow.
Anything else?
You're gonna hit that with the representative and
Yes.
senator tomorrow, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Unless something happens.
So I'm recording it, so I'll have it. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So make sure if whatever y'all hitting, y'all can hit, and I'll hit what you don't.
Mr. Chairman, I do have something, I think, is that the end of your report?
Yeah, for the most part, Commissioners, because we already talked the CAB, the SGI Special Zone District, we talked about that earlier. What I will do is have an action item to do one for Alligator Point, Ball Point, Alligator Point on my next report, and then you can talk to the people on Dog Island when you get a chance and see if they want to do one too. But
Michael, the only thing you need to include, so when I set a date on the island, we also need to be able to put that on the website and advertise that as well.
Yeah, for the
initial,
for the town hall.
Yes.
For the town hall meeting.
That's it.
So all
By the
of
way,
us can
good
be
idea.
there. Another thing I wanted to bring up while we're here and talking about Alligator Point and all that, because it's a subject. At the APTA meeting on the 9th of August, got brought to my attention that even though that there's been some work done on the SBA tower and all that, that Alligator Point is still missing a lot, especially of medical calls. And so we got it kind of ad hoc, and we formed it real quick, and it was Sheriff's Department, myself, and the Fire Department, Williams Communication. I just want to bring y'all up to speed on it just a little bit. I don't want to talk on it too much, because I'm gonna do sort of like a presentation, maybe at the next meeting or something, Michael, on this. But this affects the whole county, not just Alligator Point. There's problems with the tower over there, so what they're gonna do, and they've figured out there's a problem with the tower, and it was supposed to have been taken down years ago, but it wasn't. So they're gonna try to relocate some of the stuff that's causing the problems at the sheriff's office getting out. The sheriff's office can receive good. It's Alligator Point, St. Teresa, and all those areas can't receive. I think you got the problem all the way across. Come to find out, the antenna is not pointing east and west like it needs to. It's pointing north and south. So that is one of the problems. So what they're going to do is Williams Communication is supposed to be saying about getting an FCC license to where they can put the antennas up on the Oyster Radio Tower over there somewheres, and I just wanted to let everybody know that they're going to come to a future meeting. Also, it was brought up the fact that we got approved for the communications money on that big communications project, and that we need to go out on a consultant for a consultant. I think Aaron's going to be bringing that up before too long.
Yes.
Aren't you, Aaron?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's true,
Okay.
Commissioner Sanders. I actually sent out an email yesterday trying to nail down a good interview date for the ranking committee, and also asking for the final representatives actually from the school board and the two cities to participate in that. We're hoping for sometime the week of, I believe the couple days were September 10th through the 12th as far as getting interviews for the design consultants, because we had 4 respondents turn in packets on the solicitation. So, we're working towards it, and hopefully we can have you all a recommendation at the second meeting in September.
Second meeting, because that's when I'd like to have Renee and them come and just kind of explain all of it out, and that way, maybe by then they'll have a solution to the problem. But they say it's real bad, the communication's real bad about medical stuff, so we need to really pay attention to that though. And but George said, George Vaughn, the one that came and got the money to put the antenna on the tower, SBA, he said even with the tower, it's not too much better. But I just wanted to inform y'all what's going on.
I got a question. Who performed the test after they finished the work?
Do what now?
I mean, after they put that tower, they didn't perform a test to make sure it was all working before they left it?
Up there, SBA?
Whoever put the tower.
I don't know.
Because, I mean, if they did the residents of Alligator Point wrong. Because the whole point to put it up there was for it to work. If it didn't work, they should have come back and modified something or did something.
I told them
instead of just taking the money because they did the work.
Yeah.
The idea is to have a tower that works.
Yeah.
And didn't we just give them a bunch of money to
Yes.
fix that problem?
And
Yes.
So they should have checked that. There should have been checks and balances in place, in my opinion, to make sure it worked.
Well,
Like
that's
you
why
said.
they got Williams involved in it, I think, because Williams
we're supposed to. Is that your take on it, Mr. Ray? This
I
is
thought
Mr. Ray
Williams was involved to begin with.
You-
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, sir, come on up.
So I think Williams did address it when they discovered in testing the equipment that you generously donated or provided funding for the SBA tower. As I understand it, all the radios that the county has at the sheriff's office were dispatched to all the volunteer fire departments are the problem. It's not just one department,
That's
it's
what I was
all the
saying.
departments. Perhaps Commissioner Croom can speak to that from Apalachicola and other departments, but it's the same with East Point. George has addressed that with the commission before, that they can't understand what they're saying when they
But
get
is
it.
it the radios or is it towers?
I don't know anything about the
It's
towers.
the towers.
It's gonna be the towers.
It's the towers.
Mm-hmm.
It's what we were told at that meeting. It was the tower.
Now, you're
And
talking
that-
about the
that
tower
you
at the
can't-
sheriff's department, right?
Yeah,
yes,
just
sir.
wherever is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Well, it said you can't get up there to service it because it's not safe. And that's the reason why they're gonna try to redo the stuff at Oyster Radio Tower.
Yeah, there's room on that tower.
Yeah.
I think, at one time, there was a repeater up there that East Point and the island were working off of.
That's,
At one time.
There's a repeater over in Appalachian, still having issues.
You still having issues too?
Wait, the new repeater?
Yeah.
Commissioner
so
Crowe?
it's not the
So
repeater
it's not,
is the problem. It's getting the right signal to his repeater.
Right.
And that's the problem we're having. We have communication, they can hear us, but
Yeah.
their radio transmitter comes in so garbled, when we get a signal, you cannot understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
And it's antiquated equipment. I don't have the solution, don't know how to do it, but it's antiquated equipment in the sheriff's department and their tower and antenna system.
and they're hoping that changing over to another tower will take care of the situation until we can get that county-wide communication thing. Where you use one radio and that's all you use. And what it is though too, and Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong, they're using VHF, some of them's using VHF, UHFs, you know, some of them's use 800 megahertz, I don't know if they're using
They
that
do
or
all kind of
not.
stuff.
So,
400.
yeah,
Got too many
radios.
consoles going on.
Yes.
up there.
Yeah, and Renee said, hey, we read y'all just fine. You know, it's the tower putting us out to y'all that it's not hitting or something.
Yeah, a couple of things. The tower out to the sheriff's department, that's next to the sheriff's department, that needs to be removed. That is a lightning,
Hazard.
freaking attractor, I don't know what the right term I want to use here.
Lightning rod.
That caused, yes, a lightning rod, thank you, sir. That cost us, what was the last console that we bought? That was, I know it was close to
400,000?
$500,000, was it? Yeah. So I'm sure a new console would be closer to $1 million if we had to replace it. So we need to get that removed right away. The problem, we talked about it the last time, Commissioners, is we're gonna have to move the antennas in different areas. So a couple of steps. We need to fix that immediately, right now, because I'm sorry, I guess I just wasn't aware that this problem was as countywide as what I'm understanding now. And then the bigger problem is going to be when we do get the unified system, like similar to Wakulla County, what Triumph is funding, is all your fire departments have to agree to get on the same system. You guys remember there was some,
Well, there's not gonna be an agreement to be had. That's gonna be the system.
okay, because, you know, in the past, we've had some people want to keep, stay in an older, outdated system.
Yeah.
Commissioner Croom is exactly right. You have the main console, and then they have a bunch of different, I'll use the term adapters, that's not correct, but the best way I can express it right now, to adapt to all the different systems that all the different fire departments have. That's the problem there a lot of the time. I do get the antennas, the shifting of the antennas, and that could be causing a problem. But too, you know, it's all these different, basically radio systems that the sheriff the dispatch has to deal with, you know? So.
But Renee Brandon, she's the E911 coordinator.
And she does an excellent job. At,
Oh, yeah,
you know, and everything, and she explained it. And that's one of the reasons why she was here today, but I didn't think we was gonna get into it. But, anyway, that's the reason why I said, let's just hold off on second meeting in September. And then we'll have a section that we can discuss everything and try to see if we can get it better.
I'm all for making it better. I guess my problem is, it seems like, and I don't know who's been doing the job, it might be Williams the whole time, I don't know that. But it seems like we've had companies that are fixing the problem, they hadn't fixed nothing, they've just made money off Franklin County and its residents. You know, I'm all for improving equipment, but if it hasn't fixed the problem, we don't need to fix all the resulting issues that come up. We need to fix the actual problem. That's where the money needs to go to, fixing the problem.
And it's truly to have the actual problem explained and detailed. That's how you get to the solution.
Right.
Yes, that's
important.
That's the issue. But anyway.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have something for Michael before we proceed to Attorney Schuler's report. I want to meet with CHP again, because it was brought to my attention that we have providers in our area. There's a lot of, it's multifaceted reasons, but we have a provider in our area that has applied for her, what do you call it? I'm having a brain cramp right now, but a nurse practitioner autonomous. Okay. CHP apparently is under the impression that we have all these providers, and we do not. They denied her for providing health care to our public because they're saying that she can't find a provider, but she's trying to get her autonomous, and they denied her that. And that's not right.
Okay.
They're saying they're obviously misguided in who they think the providers in this community is. And that's just one aspect. There are multiple other aspects that I feel like we need to meet with CHP with and just hash things out. And as long as you other commissioners don't mind, I would like to be a part of that meeting.
Okay.
Because I've got notes, I've got documentation. We need to hold them to the fire. They're saying that a doctor that's in the area is a provider for the area. He's not here anymore. He's left. He's not providing care to Franklin County. So we just need to, I don't know, talk to them about that.
So they have someone on the register that doesn't even live here anymore.
Correct. Or that's retired.
Right.
There's a couple of them that one's not practicing any longer. He's retired. One's moved away from the area. And they're denying autonomy when we have Florida statute saying they can be autonomous.
So you got providers.
We got providers that will provide for our patient, for our people, but can't go see this provider because they have CHP, and CHP denied her care for these patients because they have
Gotcha.
CHP. So they're paying out of pocket to go to this provider for health care, and that's wrong. That's wrong. So
No, when you have insurance, that's what it's supposed to be for.
That's exactly
So one of the
right.
other things, Commissioner, that does need to be discussed with them when you talk with them on behalf of this board, because we had the discussion with them about a year and a half ago.
Yep.
But things have changed. Now TMH is building a facility in Bay County. So we need to know what the holdup is from CHP being able to be accepted in Gulf County.
well, that's
That's what I was
another
about to
thing
ask
that
you.
I want to.
Gulf and Bay.
That's
Yeah.
why I said
Well,
it's.
they're gonna add it to Bay,
They're already
I
doing it
promise
in
you.
Bay.
They're gonna add it to Bay, because
Oh,
they're
it's
putting
going
a
to Bay.
300-bed hospital there. They're gonna add it to Bay.
And that's why I said it was
Yeah.
multifaceted, the
Yes.
reasons why we need to sit down with CHP.
But that
Got 'em
needs,
all over.
that needs to happen too.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, while we're talking about that, now you went and met with CHP, you and Michael.
Yes.
And at that time, I think you did ask them, are you gonna license in Bay? And they said, well, we hadn't made our
That's
decision
exactly what
of
they
it.
said.
That was
And we
theirs.
knew,
Yes.
you know, just from my discussion with Michael
Yes.
and Aaron both, that, you know, I told y'all, I said, they're gonna license in Bay, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, you know, so this is the thing, and I'd like for you to push them on this, is just ask them where they're at with Gulf County, because you can bet they're not sitting there just singling out that one little county when they're licensed all the way around it. They're gonna come, I mean, it would make a better business sense for them to license Gulf County, because we know from experience that it's the better insurance for the municipalities. And
Yes.
you know what I mean? I mean, the counties, the cities would jump probably all over the schools too, just like we did. And yeah, I'm just saying, when we move into further discussion with where we're gonna go with the hospital, you know, we talk about partners, TMH, if you had an Ascension on the other side, at least now you got two that's wanting to sit there and fight for us.
Yep.
Or, you know, to fight for our affection and win us over and say, hey, we're the better partner. It's just better when you got multiple players involved.
Competition.
And I would love to see,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I'd love to have that discussion.
Yep.
Okay, we'll set it up.
Thank you. And just so, before we move to Attorney Schultz, if y'all see me leave, I have a Zoom call that I have to, with the FAC, Florida Association of Counties Health, Safety, Justice Committee, since I'm a co-chair, but anyway. There, go
Absolutely
ahead.
not.
Said some
I don't know
legislative
if we're gonna,
policies, right?
I don't know if we're gonna be done by the time I need to step out, but anyway, if I shut up, we'll.
I'll talk fast. I'll talk like Alan Pierce.
Good luck.
Anything else from you, Mr. Morrow?
I did have one question,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, and I'll make it quick.
Go ahead.
Aaron may be able to chime in on this, and please, you guys help me out here. With TDC, with boat ramps, why is it that tourists use boat ramps more than we do? Why can't we use TDC dollars for boat ramps? I'm just.
Well, I think we.
Aaron, this is your turn, Aaron.
I think we.
Yeah. That's actually something we have on the Section 6 expenditure list.
Okay.
That was something that, it seems like a no-brainer that TDC sales tax could be used to do that, but in other counties that actually met those thresholds, they could. But with Franklin County, since we did not qualify for Section 6, previously, that was not included. So that's something that we do plan on changing with the spending plan revision.
Okay, that was kind of was my question, was now that the changes have been made with that also, okay, perfect, thank you.
That's
I'm
good.
gonna-
Yeah, so the
It's a
change-
wonderful change for us.
Yeah, the change in Section 6 is actually big. Section 6 is pretty much, there's still criteria, but you're not really limited on what you can do.
Okay.
As long as it's tourism related, and you can meet that threshold with this board, there's still things you have to do with a 70-30 split on some things. We'll have to come up with 30% and use 70% TDC funds, but it opens us up to a lot of stuff we couldn't do before.
Good deal.
I got a pickleball court.
Yes. More than
I'm
that.
still on my pickleball court.
Yeah, Commissioner Amos, like a funnel, you got that big open spot, and then you got that little tiny spout. We used to have like the little spout, I saw we could put our TDC money in, but now it's been turned over, it's
Yes.
wide open. I mean,
Yes.
it's-
Good.
It's a
Fantastic.
great benefit.
A lot
Yeah.
more than what it was.
Yes.
Yep. That's awesome.
All right, any more questions for Mr. Morrow?
Please say no.
Wait.
You're supposed to think things, not say
I'm
things, sir.
sorry.
So we're having a meeting again in 2 weeks, is that right?
Yeah, hopefully, yes.
All right.
I plan to.
All right. Attorney Schuler, we're up to you, sir.
Okay, I'll take this a little out of order. I want to first address my recommendation to the board that you seek out an official rate study for the MSBU rate increases being considered. What I'm specifically requesting is authorization to contact the successor entity for the government services group that we used back in 2007, I think.
Yes.
According to my research, they're now known as Accenture. They are still in Tallahassee. It looks to me like they still have the same principal person working for the firm. So my specific request is authorization from the board to contact Accenture to get a time and cost estimate, do an official rate study for the 7 fire districts.
Okay. And I would add, I think we need to ask them if it's something they can do in either a 3 or 4 month time frame. Because then after we get that back from them, we have to have time to schedule our public hearings and do what we need to do to make sure we don't miss any windows.
Yes, and they can walk the board through this
Yes.
second step in terms of the
Yes.
notices that have to be sent out.
Okay.
And I'm not anticipating any problem with having an insert in the trim notice next
Yes.
year, but we do have to send out those individualized notices
Yes.
to all the property owners. But in the most efficient way to do that is to put something into your trim notice
Yeah.
that's already being mailed out, doesn't cost any more postage. I have no reason to think that the tax collector would not agree to that. If for some reason it's a problem, I mean, the consultant can do it, but
Yep.
anyway,
And
we're
we
getting
need
down
to-
too much in the weeds.
Do you want to do this by motion and vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I will call for public comment because this was not on the agenda.
Commissioner Jones,
Come on, all the way to the front.
Red Pierce,
You're good.
Alligator Point,
Yes,
Fire
sir.
Department. Whatever you do, please do it sooner than later. We need it now.
We're trying, sir, I assure you. Thank you. Anyone else? This was not on the agenda, so we are calling for public comment. I see nobody with hands raised.
No hands raised. We want to verify on Zoom. Nope, no hands raised.
Okay.
Not
Pleasure of the board.
Not even Monica's.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
The second item is Duke Energy has come back in response to the board's request that they cost share the $11,500 cost for construction plans for the road construction underneath their transmission lines. The little catch in there, they want their one half of the $11,500 to be paid at closing. That does two things. That gives us an incentive to close, which I'm not aware of any reason why we would not. And also, if for some reason we don't close on the land swap, then they don't pay us any money. We're out $11,500. But that seems reasonable, so I recommend the board accept that.
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Second with a
Motion to
comment.
approve by Commissioner Croom, second by Commissioner Amison. Did you have a question?
I didn't have a question, but we should ask for 75%. They bid too fast. I was thinking that.
Negotiate.
But, no, I think it's great.
At least we got something out of it.
Yeah.
On behalf of the resident. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And just so the board's aware, before we finalize the land swap, we will have to have an advertised public hearing, but I'm not expecting there to be any issue with
Okay.
that. The next item is I've received a request from a Mr. George Callett, representing that he was contacting me on behalf of the HOA Association for 300 Ocean Mile. They are requesting no parking signs at their entrances. I'm frankly not sure if they have two entrances or four entrances, but two, okay. They have two entrances to 300 Ocean Mile. I've attached photographs that Mr. Callett sent to me showing essentially people parking too close to the exit and entrances to 300 Ocean Mile such that it is blocking the visual path of people going on to the county road. So they are asking board permission to place no parking signs roughly about 20 feet on either side of the entrances so they can have a clear visual path for people, particularly as they're exiting 300 Ocean Mile.
Well, another issue that's going on there is some of those, I don't know if they're visitors or residents, but they're actually parking on the bike path. So, in addition to the no parking signs at their entrances, I think we need to add no parking on the bike path absolutely at no time. So I think those need to be added. No parking on the bike path.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion to include the bike path verbiage.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Amison.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, next issue is as I mentioned to you earlier, the Senate Bill 180, which is a new law, went into effect July 1st. But there's also another new law called Senate Bill 784 that went into effect July 1st. It has radically changed how the board will receive and process applications for plats and replats. No longer will those plats and replat applications go before the Planning and Zoning Commission and then be subject to your review and consideration in the public setting. Senate Bill 784 requires the board by resolution or ordinance to appoint essentially a chief administrative officer who will receive and process plats and replat applications in-house, review them administratively with the assistance of your county planner and your county engineer. The engineer is not always required. For example, the plat I'm going to ask the chairman to sign, which was the last one approved under the old rules, you don't have any road design on this one because they're all fronting on public roads, but there will be some plats that come in that the engineer will have to weigh in on because of road construction matters. But I am proposing and Mr. Morone has graciously agreed to act as the administrative person to sign the plat, of course, in deference to the board's decision if I want to appoint someone else. I have attached to this report a copy of a draft resolution which appoints Mr. Morone as the person to, he'll either approve the plat with modifications, or he'll deny the plat. And there are certain time guidelines and other things that have been added to the statute. But the principal purpose of today's presentation is for the board to appoint Mr. Morone as the administrative official to receive, process, and either approve with modifications, or reject applications for plats and replats as required by Senate Bill 784.
Mr. Chairman, when this came up, I was asking Attorney Schuler why Michael Morone, no offense.
No,
but I'm like, why
no,
couldn't
take
it be our county planner Bree? But it says specifically right here, administrative official. And I don't think that Bree falls under those guidelines. So we have to have that administrative person to do that. So
And I can confer with her, but I know,
Yeah, you'll have to.
Yeah.
That's why I drafted the ordinance in consultation with, because in my mind, although Mr. Morone's official title is county coordinator, I've always considered him and Mr. Pierce before him as your administrative official, your top administrative employee for the county. So that's the reason we had a couple of discussions about this, and he has agreed, subject to board approval, of course.
And lunch.
as long as no one else has any concerns or questions, I'll make that motion.
All right, so we do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion?
Thank you. Would do a great job.
Yeah.
Fantastical. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
All right, Commissioners, the last item on my report is the correction of a scrivener's error on your zoning map at Bald Point. The big story is that in 2009, the county adopted ordinance 2009-11, and the purpose of that was to change the permitted land use on 5 public parks in Franklin County. One of those public parks is located in the Bald Point area and consists of 4,859.33 acres. Bree Robinson brought this to my attention last week, that her office had received a communication from, I'm not sure if it was a realtor or the property owner, concerned about the zoning on the property, because apparently what has happened is approximately 3.6 acres of privately owned R1 zone property that was essentially next to, embedded with this 4,859.33 acre parcel somehow got brushed with the color on the zoning map, indicating that its zoning had been changed from R1 to P2. We have, when I say we, Bree and I have looked at this. We looked at ordinance 2009-11, which is attached to my report. We have also looked at the county future land use map, which indicates that this 3.6 acre more or less parcel, the multiple parcels that total 3.6 acres more or less, are still indicated and shown as residential land use on your future land use map. I did the math, and if Mrs. Howell taught me how to do math correctly in high school here, 3.6 acres out of 4,859 acres is like 0.00070% of the total acreage. So it was just literally like a tiny brush stroke. And Mike is showing on the map those orange areas, I believe, are the ones that are indicated to be the multiple parcels that total approximately 3.6 acres of land that I am asking you through a motion and vote to correct the scrivener's error, so that the planner can remove the P2 zoning and return them to the R1 zoning, because it's very clear from looking at 2009-11 that they were only intending to change the permitted land use on 5 public parks, not anyone's private property. And also the fact that your future land use map shows all of these parcels as still being residentially zoned. I'm sorry, that the land use is still residential. And for clarity of the record, I will need to read in the addresses of the 12 different parcels that Bree has provided to me. It's 153 Price Street, Alligator Point, 151 Price Street, Alligator Point, 149 Price Street, Alligator Point, 147 Price Street, Alligator Point, 143 Price Street, Alligator Point, 138 Maple Street, Alligator Point, 154 Maple Street, Alligator Point, 156 Maple Street, Alligator Point, 200 Maple Street, Alligator Point, 202 Maple Street, Alligator Point, 204 Maple Street, Alligator Point. Oh, this last one does not have an address, I'm sorry, but, so I have to read the parcel number. The parcel number on the last parcel is 28-06S-01W-1052-0025-0270. So all the parcels that have been misidentified as P2 when they should remain as R1 are parcels that have been identified by your planner. I have looked at the different, like the ordinance 2009-11. I've looked at the future land use map, and her findings appear to be consistent with the little gaps of out parcels from the property that the state had purchased. So unless the board has any further questions for me, I'm requesting by motion and vote that the board correct the scrivener's error on the parcels and addresses that I read so that the zoning map can be changed from P2 back to R1, which is what they should have been all along.
Pleasure of the board.
I don't have no questions about it. If nobody don't have any questions, I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve it.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. So this is also going to be corrected on the GIS map and the Mylar, correct?
Yes, I'm sure that'll all fall in sequence.
If you need to see them, yes.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I will say too, to make the public aware, I went by and talked to Ms. Robinson yesterday because when it originally was found, the complaint, I think, was from one or two property owners.
Yes.
And after she looked, she found more.
Yep.
And I went by and thanked her personally for her diligence in taking care of the whole issue at one time, instead of us coming back 3 months from now, well, there was another one there.
Yeah.
Oh, there was another.
Yeah.
You know, it was very professional, and I made sure to thank her for that.
That's what I told her too,
Yeah.
and I told her that I was aware of it being R1 because it butts up to Maple Street and the Southern Dunes area. So, I mean, that's all houses, mobile homes back in there. So,
Right, well, like Bobby Howell told me one time, if you don't start out at the right spot, you're gonna go in the wrong direction ever since, ever after. Well, in this case, Commissioner Sanders is the one who suggested that, based on her knowledge, it most likely was a scrivener's error, but she directed us to look into it to make sure the facts back that up.
I know some things around here.
Quite a few things, actually.
I know a few things.
Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And I believe that concludes
All right.
everything on my report.
Anyone have anything additional for Attorney Schuler?
Mr. Chairman, I do. Real quick, going back to the fire departments with no contracts, we need to get some contracts.
They are in possession of the drafts, and as far as I know, they were reviewing it. I have not received any comment back. To the extent I've received comment back, it's usually along the lines of, well, have you heard from St. George Island yet?
So
So-
what about them?
Hadn't heard from them yet either. We've had some communication back and forth,
Well-
but I haven't received like their official response to the draft that I sent.
Yeah, because we've already approved Lanark's, you know. So I know Alligator Point says, well, we don't like the way Lanark's written. I said, yours is not like Lanark's. Yours is for Alligator Point. So whatever says for Alligator Point, that'll be for that, so.
Well, then don't get too mad at me, because here's what I've told everybody.
They're all
It is-
basically the same.
I want them to be, just from my perspective, what seems appropriate is want them to all be as consistent and uniform as possible. Now, I understand
Yeah.
there are going to be some differences between the different fire districts. You know, one of the biggest examples, for example, is Lanark Village. We own their fire department. I mean, that's county property. That's not the case for the other departments. So, I mean, so I can see there's going to be some, some twitches and some things that may need to be changed. But what I would hate to see is 7 radically different agreements. I think they need to be as consistently uniform as we can get everyone to agree to.
Yes. So to ask the question while we're all here together, does the Lanark agreement basically put them under sunshine law?
Yes.
Okay. Since we own that, that's the differentiation between it that you spoke of. Do all the other agreements need to have that requirement in them?
Well, sunshine is more because of the receipt of public funds in my mind, as opposed to the public nature of the fire department. But I will tell you that I have been giving some additional thought to that issue. I've just been waiting to hear back from the other departments to see what their position is, and then sort of take it from there. I mean, they have our first step. They have the draft. So I'm just waiting on the second step, which is their official response.
The only reason I ask is because I know that some of those boards have been operating and they've never operated under the sunshine. Well, operating under the sunshine means they no longer can be talking about, they can all be on the fire department and fire department business. There's some things they can't talk about outside of a public meeting.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's going to be a fundamental change to the way they operate.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I bring it up.
Well, and it's been a while since I've read that Lanark agreement. I mean, it was towards the end of last year. So let me go back and double check, make sure my memory is good on all the different requirements.
I'm just glad to see them up and running.
Yes.
Well, getting back to what the reason I'm saying is that, the fire departments need to realize that, they need the money, they need the funding. The public wants transparency with what their funding's gonna look, be.
Yes.
Like you said, we've taken the first step. They need to come on and let's get this rolling.
Yeah.
That way, we don't, I don't want to sit there and say, well, the county's dragging their feet. No, it's the fire departments. Let's get these contracts done. Let's get this ball rolling.
That's the reason why I went ahead and I bit the bullet and I did what I felt like was best for us to make the decision, because I felt like if we did this, it was just gonna prolong it, like 6 months down the road. And they need, some of those fire departments need that money now.
Yep.
Although they don't have it, they can, they can do a loan and say, hey, we're gonna be getting this money, X amount of dollars back November 2026, and that'll help them.
Well, the other thing is now, and I'm not trying to be trite saying this, I'm sure all of our volunteer fire departments would take any monetary donations that residents want to give them.
Oh, yeah.
I assure you they will.
Oh, yeah.
So if residents think they need it now, they can go ahead and give them their share now.
Yeah.
They'll take it, I assure you.
And that, people don't back up because they know they need that fire protection.
Yes.
And it's good for them because they got to have that rating, the ISO rating on the houses, get good insurance quotes and prices,
Everything's
So, I mean, they need to do it. And I'm like Otis said, they need to come on, let's do these agreements too. Because that contract don't start with this new MSBU. It needs to start now, as far as the contract.
From the public hearing, from what I take, the residents support the fire departments. They don't mind increasing that MSBU, but I also feel like they don't mind knowing exactly where the money's going to.
Yes.
So we need these contracts, we need to get the ball rolling, and let us do what we just told the folks we were gonna do when we changed it.
That's
And
right.
that's what we need to
And
do.
that's in their court now.
That's right.
So now, Michael, what happens if what we've requested for them to submit to the county commission, what happens if they don't submit
So
that or sign a contract?
The problem, the issue I was having, and I have to sit with Aaron and come back to the board, every fire, George talked about how his fire department, their CPA, and every department's, so what they want to
Processes are
submit
different.
for financials is different. So I need to sit with Attorney Schuler, so when the agreement is done, there's a request in there that they have to submit some sort of financial report. I'll depend on him for the wording. but know that you might not get the same exact report from every single fire department. They're a little different, and I don't want to force them to have to hire a CPA. That's unfair. That's one more
No,
expense for them. But I need something from them, something basic from them. So I'm going to sit with Erin, and she's going to help me through what I could ask for from each different department.
Well, it's like I said, you know, I don't see, I didn't see that vote as far as referendum versus no referendum. I didn't see that as a controversial thing. When it's gonna be controversial is when you do the rates. When you do the rates and they say, okay, this is what we need to have for the rate of Carabel, or that, you know, the outline areas of Carabel, or this is what we need for Lanark. But yet, they've got a higher amount or a lower amount, so, you know, it's gonna be pulling teeth again. So, we'll get it. We'll get through it.
Yes, we will.
All right. Any commissioner comments? Meeting adjourned.